Cryptid Encounters. How's everybody doing this evening? Or should I say early in the morning? I hope everybody's doing fine. Uh, for those who follow me on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters on Facebook, I have a lot of photos there and videos. And those who follow my showreel TikToks under HCS865. How's everybody doing this evening? I hope everybody's doing great. Uh, the only thing I can say is surprise. I'm here. Uh, the reason I say that is we were having some technical difficulties. There was some guys that were cutting some branches over the power lines, and they took out our Wi-Fi. They literally took it out. That we have to wait till tomorrow to get it fixed, but I can still go live here off my phone. Hope everybody's doing great this evening. So I'm gonna see who shows up tonight. All the night owls. I got my dog Rebel right here beside me. He wants another treat. That's what he's looking for. Let me get the treat from over here. How you doing, Real MMA? Hope you're doing great tonight. As for me, I'm hanging in there. It's kind of hot here right now. It's like 74 degrees for some reason. I don't know what's going on with AC, but I don't know if it's on or it's off. I hear it on. Hope everybody's doing great tonight. I don't know how long I'm gonna go, but I think my like I said, they were working on some cutting some branches. We're still believe it or not, our town or city, should I say, is still recuperating from the tornado that passed through here, in which it did a lot of damage. And that's why they're working on the power lines and stuff like that, trimming the trees and make fixing the power line still. So they've been going at it, and that's for a while now. We had the tornado like 2 months ago, 3 months ago that passed through here, and and they're still backed up with work. You know, we're having a lot of difficulties like with the towers. For the phones and the Wi-Fi's and all kinds of stuff. No more. Oh, there we go. What time is it in India right now? I hope everybody's doing great. I know India probably has a lot of paranormal stuff over there, dealing with what y'all worship and stuff, the Chiba and all these little ditties, you know, that y'all worship. How you doing, Bunny Hunter? Hope everybody's doing good. I hope y'all enjoyed yesterday's live with my sister. I know she got tired towards the end, and but then we continued, as y'all know. And we're already getting trolled already. Let me see some of these messages here. I don't know who you are, pirate. This is the first time I ever see you here in the lobby, man. How you doing, cousin? If you want to join, give me a thumbs up, and I'll add you so you can come join. Uh, Figured out that I can go live and then add you, send you an invite if you like. If not, you can moderate. Uh, Today, we're going to talk about items where uh, these unclean spirits can mimic things, items that they can use to uh, images and things in that nature, dealing with mirrors, pictures, uh, and also belongings like dolls and stuff like that. That's what the topic is here tonight here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. You know, I know there's in which to me those are kind of like portals. Mirrors could be like portals. Uh, I believe there's one that they said you got to be careful with. There's a black obsidian mirror. It's a black obsidian is a natural raw mineral, and they created it to be like a mirror, and it's round and black. And what I hear they say is to be careful with that because it could be like a portal. I've seen portals before that I've captured in the woods up towards the trees, and they look they're black. You know where I guess these unclean spirits are coming out from those portals. Well, Pinocchio is just something that's a made up story, man. So stop believing in made up stories. The trolls are out, brothers and sisters. I get a lot of haters that pop up on here that don't want me to succeed in doing what I'm doing, but I still push through regardless of who comes up against me. For those that want to be my friends, that's cool, and for those that dislike me, that's cool too. I'm still going to continue to do the spiritual works. Uh, I do it every night. All right, cousin. Thank you. I'm fixing to talk about certain things there a bit, Lens. I think that's the first time I ever seen you here, so I don't know if you're legit or not. There's a lot of trolls that be coming in here, uh, trolling. That's all they do. So I mean, you can stay if you're cool. If not, you can bounce. We don't like trolls here coming in here and disrespecting. But if you're cool, then you're more than welcome to stay. Well, we got a lot of trolls tonight. But you know what? I'm not going to give the attention to the trolls or to the people that's been disrespecting me coming here trolling. I'm going to continue with what I'm going to say. For those that are interested, you can stay. For the trolls, you can go do something else, man. In saying that, I guess the first thing that I'm going to come up with is mirrors. How mirrors can actually be a a spiritual opening. and this is how it normally happens is when you have it's kind of like when I take the when I go do my lives out in the woods, right? And I'm able to capture within the video the things that are around me into some body form, which means spirit form, the DDN and the various manifestations, possibly skinwalker shapeshifters that I capture. Well, in that way, sometimes we have negative attachments on us. So, how many people use a mirror every day when they get up in the morning to get ready to work, to brush your teeth and, put on the makeup and all that? All of us do this, right? So, in saying that, if you have a negative attachment on you, that negative attachment can go to the image, because you're making an image in that mirror, so it could literally manifest of your image from the mirror to how should I say, to look like you or impersonate you. Uh, and we know a lot of people that have mirrors. There's old mirrors, antique mirrors. Some of the mirrors have negative attachments on them. Who's ever bought an item from like a thrift store or an antique store that you buy the item and then when you bring it home, that certain things start happening right off the bat as you the first day you have the item in your house, that you start having activity in your home, like you could hear maybe uh footsteps running you never heard that before, or you could feel like somebody's jumping on your bed or somebody's pulling on your legs. So there's one thing you have to do when you buy stuff like this, whether it's you have to cleanse the items before you bring them into your house because they might have a negative attachment. Uh, mirrors, personal items like maybe a little ballerina box, could be a ring, it could be a doll or something in that nature, or a toy, that maybe whoever owned this toy doesn't is not amongst us anymore, but the spirit is still attached to that item. So that's what we're talking about here today, is items that could have negative attachments on them that you don't even know. How many of y'all are renters? Did you go rent and you go to a home and you're like, oh, I got a new home and all this. Do y'all do do y'all cleanse your home before you move in, or do you just move in the house and just set up the items? Some of this places might have things in that nature, like they're built in to be there, that not to be taken. Like example, mirrors. The mirrors that are in the restrooms, or yeah, basically in the restrooms. Something could have happened there, where something bad happened, and whatever caused the incident to happen might have gone into the mirror, because that's the only way, a place where it could hide. There's unclean spirits or demonic spirits. They hide in locations, for example, like mirrors, picture frames. They could be in your closet, because underneath your bed, because they like dark places, in your cabinets. Restrooms are pretty dark sometimes, or personal belongings. That they could. One of the things when you have an unclean spirit in your home is if you pay attention to your chandeliers or your ceiling fans. If you see residue that looks red along your light fixtures, that means that there's a unclean spirit in your home. And when it's flying or gliding in the air in your house, it's leaving the residue behind, which sometimes it looks like a light red or possibly dark red. It looks like blood on your picture frames or on your on the fans itself, or the ceiling fans. I witnessed. I'm telling you things that I witnessed. What can happen? when these items have a negative attachment on them. So I want to talk about mirrors. Uh, who's ever experienced anything crazy like at your house and you're like, where is this coming from? And people sometimes don't think about this, but sometimes it could be an object you might have, or it's something passed down from generation to generation that might have a negative attachment. Uh, I remember when I was growing up, uh, I was in a room playing with one of my cousins, and there was a mirror in that room. And as my me and my cousin were playing, and we're throwing a ball around, right? There was this old mirror there. It was a pretty big mirror, and we were throwing the ball, and we broke the mirror. When we broke the mirror, my uncle came out of nowhere and told us to leave out of there because he was saying that there was something bad there in that mirror. So he told us, he got us out of that room, which he was saying there was something bad in the mirror. There was a bad omen when the mirror breaks. But he got us out of there, and I know he started things started happening to him after that. It's kind of like, I guess he whatever came out of the mirror, since he was there, it kind of attached itself to him or attacked him. Let me read some of his comments before I continue. Yeah, no, sometimes it's mirrors. If somebody's dabbling in something in the dark arts or something, the those unclean spirits have to go somewhere. Like I said, it'll go to objects, and if there's a mirror there, that's what they go hide in the mirror. Especially if somebody's dabbling in something, and if there's a negative energy around them, unclean spirit, they commanded to go into the mirror. And I'm going to share a story about what I'm talking about. I'm not just saying it to say it. Well, I remember that's the first time when a mirror broke, and my uncle told me, if a mirror ever breaks, cover it up, get it, and get rid of it. Because he said that a mirror, it's got so many images, because many people have looked in that mirror, that this, the manifestations that demons take. We all know that they can mimic us, they can manifest to look like us, and they can manifest to sound like us. Well, he said he had told us to get rid of it. So this is like a couple years later. There was this. We went to a party. I was a kid, like I think like 11 years old, and I was playing on a trampoline, and I seen a bunch of women, which were my mother and a lot of her. It was a birthday party that went into this, it was like a room outside the house where we were at the party, and they were all in there. Then they came out of there. My mom told us not to go in the room, you know, not to go into that room. But it was a lot of women that went in there. So me, I was a kid, and I was just curious, like, why are they telling me not to go in there? So I remember I walked in there, and what I noticed was this: in this room, there was nothing but mirrors. There was mirrors all the way, all around the room. On the walls, there was just mirrors, and they were just all around the room. And there was a share, I guess, where I don't know what they would pray or what they would do if somebody had an unclean spirit. But this is what I figure out, after what I experienced. Um, I'm there, I sit down in the chair, just sitting down in the chair, and, just looking inside the room. And next thing you know, from the walls where the mirrors are, I hear disembodied voices saying something in a different language. So I'm looking to where these voices are coming from. Then all of a sudden, it's like on the other side of the mirror, you can see images start surfacing up all around me, all around the mirrors. There's just dark shadow beings uh, around me, going like this on the mirror, and they're all around me because the mirrors are all around me. So it's like I'm seeing them and they're saying something, and there's a lot of them. I'm thinking that they will use this place to cast out unclean spirits out of people, in which it was a form of getting rid of somebody that had a negative attachment. So they would command the negative attachment to go to the mirror. So as they were all around me, it's like I freaked out, and I got up and ran out of that room. I got out of the room. My mom didn't find out, but she found out later on because I got sick. I got real sick from being in that room. I guess some of those negative I don't know how many, or if it was all of them, but I guess they got attached to me or something. So I remember I'm at my house and I'm sick. So they bring this lady to cure me, medicine, like a curandera medicine woman, and she's doing this egg thing, and it is weird, brothers, because when you think about it, images, it's not just mirrors that can cast an image. Water can cast an image. Yeah. Anything with a reflection can cast an image. A egg yolk can cast an image, right? If you look at the egg yolk, you could probably see yourself in the image. Well, imagine an egg yolk and water. So they break this egg yolk after they were cleansing me, and on the egg yolk in the water through the glass. Remember, a glass also would be considered like a mirror. I could see me laughing, and my face was just changing different forms inside that egg yolk, and in the glass where the cut whatever was on me, they put it to go into the egg, right? And you could see like an image of me, but it wasn't me because it was changing different forms. Like the face was changing constantly. So whatever had attached itself to me from that room, they got it rid of me and put it in the egg yolk. And I've seen it, and I guess I became better, but that's what I experienced uh, for disobeying my mother. She was telling me not to go in that location. I went in there, and whatever was there attached itself to me. How many got attached to me? I don't know. All I know is I was sick, and they had to bring somebody to heal me, to get rid of the negative attachment that I had upon me. I'm just sharing the story with y'all about mirrors. That is demonic forces. If they're commanded to go there, uh, and they go in there because that's where they can go, imagine that they don't have to. Nobody has to really say nothing to them. They can go hide in a location like that, like a mirror, or a glass, a picture frame, uh, any kind of thing that might be uh, that looks like a doll. That they have those abilities to do that, or a picture frame. The picture frame is there. It's got the image of you, probably with your family. So this, uh, if there's a unclean spirit or something negative around your home, it could take the manifestation of the picture, or of anybody within that picture frame. So yeah, we're having a lot of trolls tonight. Can y'all hear me loud and clear? How you doing, Image? Uh, I've seen it happen, man. I've seen dolls that have negative attachments. Uh, the dolls that used to open up their eyes back when I was a kid. That was kind of they were kind of creepy. The original doll that supposedly was supposed to be haunted was a Raggedy Ann doll, right? So I put it to a test. I said, okay, it doesn't mean that it's just one Raggedy Ann doll. It means that if Annabelle was supposed to Raggedy Ann was supposed to be Annabelle, right? That that would mean that every Raggedy Ann doll that was built, even Andy, right? Because Andy's part of the Raggedy Ann, that they would have some kind of attachment or some kind of opening where activity happens, right? That if somebody did something back in those days that it would have some kind of how should I say an opening for it to be used to do bad. So I was at a estate sale one day, and I seen a little Raggedy Ann, little Raggedy Ann, and then I seen an Andy, and I say, okay, I'm gonna test it out and just to see what happens. Now I'm gonna put it to the spiritual test. I think the Raggedy Andy was a small one, and the little doll was small too. They were like about a buck 50 a piece, right? So I brought them home and stuff, and I had them, and so I'm just gonna leave them out tonight just to see what happens, right? Just to give it a test. Well, that evening, I was hearing somebody running in my hallway, and I was hearing like a little boy and a little girl laughing. So, and my legs were getting pulled the day that I brought those items to my house. So that they're right now there. I got them in a little case where I put both of them. I put some holy water and crosses around the casing. I locked it up, and I just got them there. I got them stored in my garage. And then when I did that and secured them, all the activity that was happening stopped. So I don't know if that has to do with the creator of the doll, if they were into something or they made some deal with something for fame, for fortune, or for money, something of that nature. Something something's up with those Raggedy Ann dolls. I can tell you that right now. Yeah, that's what I believe. Young Yak, that they did something like that because I put it to the test. So okay, they're saying that a Raggedy Ann, the original Annabelle was a Raggedy Ann doll. So I said I'm gonna put it to the test. Because it is an image of the bigger Raggedy Ann, just to see if there's something there, and there was. I did a test, and I had all kinds of activity in my home the day that I brought those dolls to my house. I got them. I have a picture of them where I got them in a little. It's one of those little things where you put outside. You could put a candle and light it up. I got it stored in one of those where, and I got like a thing with a cross in there, but I put holy water around it so nobody could mess with it. Just I just left them there. I mean, I could probably sell them. But yeah, I put it to the spiritual test just to see if because I seen the movie and I was like, what didn't make sense to me about the movie is like I was like, how can a doll? No, because I know Raggedy Ann was a popular doll. You got Raggedy Ann, Raggedy Andy. There was even cartoons of them. So I said to myself, it's got to be more than this. I don't think it's just one doll that had an attachment. I believe if it's a Raggedy Ann, it's got to be all the Raggedy Anns, right? I put it to the test, and yes, there was some activity with not just Raggedy Ann, with Raggedy Andy. Uh, I put it to the spiritual test. I think I got a picture of them. Just need to look for it. Or I got them in a location in my garage. Uh, I could throw them away or destroy it. I'm just saying that there's something there with Raggedy Ann dolls. I just secured it momentarily, and you just put it up in my closet. I still don't know what I'm going to do with them. But definitely something with that doll. Like whoever was in here that maybe whoever was a creator did some kind of, like they said, some kind of ritual or something where it was used. I mean, imagine that if they did do something like that. When we hear about stories of missing 401 cases, those children disappear. Imagine if they do have a negative attachment like that, and the kids that play with his dolls, they treat them like they're their friends and like they're part of the family. And if they do have something on them, it's just getting a stronger hold over the child that it can affect them during their childhood years and can still be affecting them right now as a grown because they didn't know that doll had a negative attachment on it. You know, I had even another story. So we're talking about all this. Talking about dolls, which I've had a lot of objects that I've bought that things have happened with those objects. I went to a garage sale. I'm gonna say change it up a little bit because we can get back to the dolls and to the mirrors. I went to a garage sale and I seen a Ouija board. This Ouija board was brand new. The little thing had lights on it and everything, and I was just looking at it because they were showing it to me. And it's kind of like I was like, why are they trying to sell a Ouija board for $1? Eh, For $1. That's the price was on the board. $1. So I'm looking at it like this, and I see the kids that are standing around with the mom, and they look scared. They look petrified. And I'm thinking that something happened in their house, and they're trying to get the Ouija board away from them, right? So it's kind of like, yeah, you should take it. You should take it. And I could see the fear in not just the kids, but in the mother too. So I figured that something had happened where they were messing with his Ouija board, and something happened in their home, right? So I said, okay. I was like, okay, I'll buy it from you. But I never touched it with my hand. It was still in a box and everything. I put it in a bag, and I seen when I took it, I could see their reaction on their face that they were looking at each other, and they were like relieved that the Ouija board was coming home with me. But what didn't they didn't know was that I wasn't buying it to use it. I was just buying it to get it off their hands because I'm thinking that something might have happened there at their home with that Ouija board. So when I got home, I just grabbed it, opened up the trash can, and threw it in the trash can. Brand new Ouija board. Uh, had a lot. It was like real fancy, but I got rid of it because I could tell that those kids something was up, man. Like something happened there at that house with that old Ouija board. They were just trying to. They feared if they get somebody to buy it, and that means whatever's on the Ouija board follows a person. You know what I'm saying? But I got it out of their home. I didn't tell them. I just bought it, and just so if there was something there, I wasn't accepting it. I wasn't gonna take it inside my home. It was going straight to the trash. That's right, Sister Melissa. This I always pay attention to the reaction of the people. Uh, that's when you know when something ain't right. You should have seen the way those kids were looking at each other. They're looking at it like I could read their minds where they're saying, Please take it. Please take it. And I was looking at him, and you could see the fear in the face. And then the mom, you could see that she was trying to hide something. Like they just wanted it out of the house. That's why they put $1 on it. Thank you, cousin Jesse, for telling the trolls. I know that my people try to target me all the time. They send me messages about my laptop. They did something to my laptop. I use my phone. I like using my phone because I can interact better, and you know, I just like using my phone. I mean, I could use my laptop if I want to. My laptop works and everything. It's just with my phone, I can go anywhere with it. I can go to the woods. Or if I want to go investigate, I'll just take the phone with me, and I can do a live out there in the open space. You can't really do that with a laptop. So it says, "You shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead, nor tattoo any marks on you. I am the Lord." Uh, I do got some marks on me. I believe it says, if there's anything that's wrong with you, you can cut it off to make it. But you see, it's our spirits that make it into the kingdom of heaven. The flesh stays behind. But yes, you're right. Images of anything, tattoos, and how many pictures have you taken all throughout your life? That's a form of images. Is it kind of like a tattoo? I mean, it's taking a picture of your whole body. Natives didn't like taking pictures because they say that it would take some of their soul with them. You see, the natives was already experiencing the skinwalkers and shapeshifters back in the day, or should I say, what people want to call the Bigfoots. To them, they're demons. So there was already experiencing the how they could manifest to look like them and mimic their voices. So that's one of the reasons they were afraid to take pictures, because they felt that the devices were demonic. Kind of like people say that there's uh, demons that travel through electronics or through music, uh, through poetry, through books, through stories, right? That's what they do. How you doing, Texas Learning? Well, I'm gonna tell you a story since we're in stories right now, and I'll go back to the mirrors and to the pictures and all that because I got stories. Uh, I was at a thrift store, and I was looking around, and I found a little ballerina box. He played like three different songs, and there it was beautiful music, and you could see a little ballerina dancing. I think I paid like $5 for it, right? So I took it home, and my son's looking at that. Dad, what are you doing with this? Well, he's playing some music. It sounds pretty cool. I think I'm thinking about gifting it to somebody in the family. So that night, I turn on the little, how it rock, uh, you wind it up, and he was playing the little music. So I go to sleep. I'm asleep, and then it's like when I'm waking up because I had one of those drawers with a light on. You could turn on the light. It's got the mirror. Well, I left the ballerina playing. When I woke up in the middle of the night, this is what I seen. I seen an Oriental woman with her face paint white and bright red lipstick, and she was just looking at me with a big old smile, and I'm thinking that she was the owner of that box. So I woke up and she wasn't there, but her I know I seen her spirit. So the following day, I grabbed the little ballerina box, took it back to the store, and I put the ballerina box. So I brought this in because I don't want it. You don't have to give me no money. I'm just gonna put it back in the shelf so you could sell it to somebody. So and they're like, okay. So as I'm walking back and I'm gonna pay for something else that I bought, and it wasn't an item, it was a toy that I bought for my son, right? Some little toys. As I'm there paying, that ballerina box. It's like somebody grabbed it, lifted it up in the air, and threw it at me. The ballerina box was flying towards my face, and it lost momentum. It landed right in front of me. The cashier that was there, she's like, oh wow, somebody must not like you. And I didn't touch the ballerina box. I left it alone. I said, hey, I'm not touching it. I'm out of here. And it's like I learned my lesson. I mean, I bought some things, but it's like that was freaking weird. It was like literally thrown at my face. It was like literally trying to do something to me. So imagine if I would have kept it in my house, what kind of things it would have done. If it only spent one night in my home. I took it there and it got thrown in my face by an unseen force. It's kind of like he wanted me to keep it at the house. If I would have kept there too long, we probably would have gained some kind of strength or energy to try to raise some kind of havoc in my house. But I got rid of it. Yes, they can be purified. They can be blessed. I saw a girl in Shanghai who had bright red lipstick, but her face looked like she got hit with a bag of nickels. At least she tried. Oh, I'm speaking about cursed items, mirrors, dolls, picture frames, objects. That's what the talk is here for tonight. They never mentioned nothing. The only thing is kind of like they were looking at each other. When I bought that item, I just bought it. I didn't think nothing of it. The all scare you, Smurfy. Well, it's kind of like Halloween. It's how people dress up. Halloween, the dressing up is a thing that came from the pagans, I believe. Like paganism, they would dress up on Halloween night uh, for what they worshipped. Witches, warlocks, devils, demons. That's what they came from, and they were dressed up that way so they can blend in with the demons, because supposedly the October 31st is when they surface up. You know, along the month of October, there's a lot of ritual sacrifices throughout that month by witches and warlocks, cults, etc. How you doing, brother Al? I'm more sure everybody's had their moment or experience of something and that nature. I've had my share, man. I was one of those kids that was hard headed. Like if they told me don't go over there, I wouldn't listen, and I would still go to the direction they told me not to go. So I was kind of like hard headed. Let's see. We're going to talk some more of things that I've seen that have negative attachments on pictures, picture frames, pictures or pictures that have been sitting in a house for a very long time. I had a picture of me in a little suit with pinstripes and everything when I was a kid. It was a had a picture of me when I was like around 3 years old or 2 or 3 years old. I can't remember. I had a little suit on, and this picture stayed on my wall for a long time. But when there's a negative attachment in a house, what what is always flying around in the home? If it's trying to hide, where does it hide? That's the thing, right? Where do they hide? So I joined the military, was gone, and I went back home, and somebody gave me the picture of me when I was a kid. They had the picture of me, and they said, "Do you want it?" I said, "I guess I'll take it to my house and put it," because I hadn't seen it for a very long time, right? So I get it, I bring it, and I put it in my entertainment center. I put the picture frame up there. So the day that I bring it to the house, right? My son at the time was like 3 years old. So I'm asleep, and I would let my son, even though my son had his own bed, I'll let him sleep there with me, to the side. We'll be playing like video games and stuff like that, or he wants me to tell him stories. So I'll tell him a story, a bednight story, so he'll will go to sleep. Uh, so it's like I'm asleep, and I hear somebody jumping on the bed, like somebody's bouncing on the mattress. They're bouncing on the mattress, and the room is dark. And I was like, "Son, go to sleep," because I can't see. It's so pitch dark in there, and you just feel somebody jumping. So I get up and I turn the light. When I turn the light, my son is asleep, and I'm looking, and nobody's jumping on the bed no more. And I said to myself, "Well, maybe that's just a my imagination playing, games on me." So, as a week went by, same thing would happen every night. Somebody jumping on the bed, and I was like, okay, I was like, I'm gonna catch them. I'm not gonna say nothing to them. I'm gonna catch them in the act jumping on the bed. I get up and turn the light. My son's asleep. So it happened for about a week, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on, because I've been woken up. There was times when it wasn't just jumping on the bed. It's like whatever was there was jumping on me, like elbowing me. I could feel a body land on me and stuff like that, where I was waking up with bruises on my body. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on, right? So one evening, I'm talking to my nephew, and I was telling him what was going on in my room and stuff like that, and we were just talking, and he was saying that he had seen something, and I asked him what did he have seen, and then it's kind of like he started dozing off, right, and then I seen something right beside him, sitting down right beside him. I seen something. I was awake, and he like wasn't all the way asleep, and he's like, "Did you see that? Did you see that?" And I asked him, "What did you see?" And he said, I seen you." He said, "I seen you when you were a kid." And I said, "How? What was I wearing?" And he said, I seen you with a suit, like the picture you got up there." So I got up, I went around to where the picture frame, and I was looking at the picture frame. Right, here's a old picture frame from 1973. Right, so I'm looking at it, and in the picture frame where the face is, you can see black streaks on the side of the cheeks, and they're moving within the picture frame. And it doesn't look like a kid. The picture of me of a kid looks older. So I grabbed the picture frame with a with a plastic bag, I took it outside, and I felt bad that I had to get rid of it because it was the only picture I had of me when I was a kid. But I had to get rid of it. So I put it in the barbecue pit. I lit it up, man. I lit it up because I had no choice. Right, got rid of it, and what happened after that is all the activity that was happening stopped. The bouncing of the bed and what my nephew was seeing in the living room, all that stopped. But you know, maybe I could have saved the picture frame. I just didn't want to take no chances because I did have children in the house. My son was small, my little nephew was small, my niece were small, so I had to protect them, right? But that's the only picture frame I had of me or picture of me when I was a kid. You see some of the comments here. I remember in Vietnam, heavy combat. A Vietcong ran through the camp. A couple of us unloaded into him close range, and he kept running and disappeared in the thick brush. We all felt very confused. Well, maybe you were shooting at a ghost. If your bullets didn't hit him, well, at nighttime, sometimes you'll miss if it's nighttime, but you could have possibly be seeing a ghost of a dead soldier. Tony, brother Tony. So I'm just sharing the stories with y'all. I mean, I wish I would have never burned the picture frame, but I had no choice. I mean, when you see an unclean something unclean in it in the picture, but in the picture frame itself, man, it's like I had to do what I had to do. You know, uh, maybe at that time I didn't know that I could type out and rebuke, something unclean through prayer. Because I was already going through a lot. But I know now what to do if I would run into something like that. The word pup dolls. I know that they got some dolls where they look like they're part part human and part animal. You got to remember there's things that are around us. There's the unclean spirits, demonic spirits. They can manifest to look like anything. What I mean by that? Well, if you're scared of clowns, they can manifest to look like a clown. Whatever you're afraid of is going to manifest to that. You're afraid of spiders, it's going to manifest to look like a spider, to look like a big spider. It attacks you by your fears, what you fear the most, and that's how they attack somebody. They know your strength. Well, they don't even care about your strength. They just they just want your weaknesses. That's why they attack the way they do. I know cousin Jesse said he experienced something at the house where something was pulling him underneath the bed. Uh, what it was, I don't know. Yeah, whatever your fears are, if you're afraid of something, they're gonna whatever you're afraid of, they can manifest to. Your worst fears, that's what they'll manifest to. And whatever you're believing in, they can manifest into. No, there's people that believe in the Anunnaki. They'll manifest into the Anunnaki just to get the person to continue to believe that the Anunnaki is real. They can manifest into a pastor. You know, those people that like to talk about wicked things and wish bad upon people. It can manifest to their favor. It manifests to be one of them, thinking the same way they do. But it could be a demon in disguise, just waiting to attack. That's their capabilities, man. They've been around for a time, very long time, longer than the cryptic community, longer than anything on that's on social media. They've been here for a very long time, man, and they have the ability to manifest what you're thinking. If you're thinking about a toothless stripper, well, it's going to manifest into a toothless stripper. Whatever you're thinking or believing in, if you're believing in Santa Claus, it's going to manifest into Santa Claus. Whatever you, just so you can believe in it for the belief factor. And you're going to put some milk and cookies by your chimney. You're going to wake up. There's not going to be no milk and or cookies, and you go, "Oh, it was Santa Claus. I believe in Santa Claus." But they do that just to get a. I got an example of that. There's a saint that's on a horse that the Catholic will pour water in it, and when the water will be, because water evaporates, right? So when there's no water in there, they said that the horse, uh, that was with the saint, drank the water of the thing. That's a form of belief, also. Yeah, they can just what you're thinking. They're wicked. They can manifest into one of your loved ones that's not here no more. That's gone. Could be your grandmother, grandfather, somebody you lost in your family, because they can manifest into that form just to get you to believe that it's possible to be their ghost, right? So you can believe it's them. That happened to me. We're talking about objects and the manifestations it can take. Man, it's crazy, man, how they can use the things around us to try to attack. As y'all can see here on spiritual encrypted encounters, I have a lot of people that come at me in a negative way. Instead of them coming here at me in a negative way, they should just listen to what I have to say, because I have a lot of information I have to say. It has nothing dealing with the people I do a podcast with. What I share here is good information, right? To help somebody get out of a situation. I bring the my wisdom and knowledge. That's what we're talking about this right now. Uh, Many capabilities. It's kind of like I remember when we're talking about a ring, right? I remember when I was a kid. There was a gypsy lady that would come in a van, and one day there was this ring that was very beautiful, and it had a certain uh like a blue crystal on it or something. It was very pretty, right? And I was probably like 5 years, I don't know, 5, 6 years old, and I took it. You could say I stole it. Uh, so that week I got sick, and nobody knew what was the matter with me. And the lady came back the following week, and my mom was telling her that I was sick, and she's like, "Huh?" She said, "All my rings, that all my necklaces that I have, they all have incantations on them." that if somebody steals from me, that the person's gonna get sick. So then she called me to her and she asked me if I had taken something from her, and I said yes, and then she said, "Go get it for me." So I went and I had it underneath the corner of the house. It was right there. I had it wrapped up in a little thing, and then I took it back and I gave it back to her, and she said something to me and stuff, and then but I gave it back to her, and she asked me, "Why'd you take it?" And I told her because of the how it looked, but I gave it back to her, and then she had told me that I was gonna be okay, and they had like high fever and stuff like that. Uh, but I became better when I gave her the item back. So I learned very long time ago. Don't take something that don't belong to you because it might have a spell on it. How you doing, brother Josh Turner? How you doing this evening? That's good, brother. But the gypsy, she was a gypsy lady that would come to her house, and she just told me not to ever be doing that, taking stuff from people because they might have a cantation or a spell on her. And right after that, man, it's kind of like I started noticing a lot of other things too. I was already seeing things, but what travels with gypsies when they plays a hex is gypsies and werewolves, right? Things in that nature. So, lycanthrope, gypsies and them coexist because they do cantations and spells and stuff like that. So I would suggest if you have somebody, and you got to be careful too because somebody can give you an item and they might have done something to the item. So you have something that, especially brother Josh Turner, those people that are coming up against you. If you have anything that none of them have given you, I would suggest if somebody gave you something, get rid of it. I would say you say you had a comic book that you bought for somebody, you're trying to help them out. I believe he talked about the hammer, and I believe that those comic books might have a spell on them. So I would suggest you get rid of them because he talks about hammer. So I don't know that there's a Thor comic book hammer in there. I mean, a Thor comic book that Barton gave sold you. Or you bought from him because you're trying to help him. And I'm thinking when he talks about the hammer and the hammer, it's because he's talking about those comic books. I think there's a comic book there that might have it's dealing with Thor. I would say because that's the only one I know of that's got a hammer in the comic books. Then maybe there's something an incantation or spell in the comic book. I would suggest sell it or get rid of it. Now that you know what they're about, right? Uh, they talk about wishing bad towards somebody, no mercy, and all this stuff. You know, that's my best advice I would suggest for you. Or you could take it to a comic book shop and see if you could sell it there or something. Or just because he's always talking about a hammer and no mercy and this. That's kind of like what Thor. Like in the comic book. If you've ever read a comic book of Thor, where he talks about he's a thunder god, the thunder god and this and that. He says all this kind of lines. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I had to get rid of my This picture stood in the wall of my home where all kinds of activity happened. You know, all the stories that I tell you about where I could hear banging on the walls, running inside banging underneath the house because it was on pillars, running on top of the roof. You could hear the lechusas and the demons who were pretending to be kids running around my house outside at night. Well, that picture stood in the wall for a very long time, and I believe that that's what I seen in the picture was all that evil that was around when I was growing up was in that picture frame. The way the veins looked in the face of me as a kid, it didn't even look like me, man. The picture didn't even look like me, you know. When I was seeing it at first, yeah, that from a distance looked at me, but when I looked at it close that day, I could see where it was moving inside the picture frame, the unclean spirit. So I had to get rid of the picture, even though it was me. I had to get rid of it. I had no choice. Yeah, I knew Henderson. I believe if I remember correctly, they were using him when he was sick in the hospital, uh, coming after me with a fake profile back then. Because I remember that I think his name was Henderson. He was real sick. That they were using his profile to come up against me, and I was like, how can he be the guy that's sick in the hospital? It can't be him. So when I heard them saying that name, I was like, nah, these people. I said, now I know who it was. Because I've been seeing, I had got in a. I was like, how is a man that's sick in the hospital coming at me in a negative way when he's like fixing to die? It's because it was them using his name, trying to cause havoc back then. Because I remember him when he passed away, that his son. I remember you were trying to help him and stuff like that. And now they're just trying to give him a bad reputation, and that's kind of sad. You know, they're trying to give a man that's deceased a bad reputation, in which I know now that it was them that were trying to attack me with a Henderson name. It was that faggot ass Roger and excuse my language, faggot ass Roger and faggot ass Bart. Ooh, I touched the nerve there, didn't I? Ooh, I touched that nerve on that guy. Yeah, these people are evil people. That's why I never messaged back to Barton. I got his last message. I didn't even post it up anymore. It's like, man, this dude is sick in the head, just as sick as Corn the Cob guy. You know, he ain't no different. Sick as Larry and all the other people affiliated with him. They're just sick in the head, man. Yeah, somebody was trolling me with before he died. Somebody was trolling me with his name, and it's like I would say to myself, why is this guy that's real sick in the hospital messing with me? Then it's like, no, it can't be him, you know. And now I know who it was. It was those guys, Barden and Roger, uh, trolling because you were helping them out. I think that's why they were pissed off because you were helping them out, and they were trying to cause division. Even then, now they're talking bad about him. They're just sick in the head, man. That's okay because spirits are amongst us. You know, they want to talk bad about you don't talk dead about the dead, man. Things will happen. And if they're trying to tarnish them and stuff like that, things can happen to them. But there are sick individuals. I guess a fake profile or somebody using somebody's name could be a bad thing. I mean, we see it all the time, right? Uh, People that have no heart, or they just don't care about life. You know, somebody winds up in a bad situation and they just go off on the individual and they go for the jugular, thinking that they're going to do something. But let's not talk about those individuals. Um, what other things? I had that experience with the picture frame, and also there was a. I found a. I was at the Goodwill, and I found a nice, beautiful picture frame that was hand painted, beautiful. It was in the picture there was like roses, and you could see like a man and a woman. You know, like they were fixing to go out to the way they were dressed, like back in the day. You know, like the guy was in a suit and the woman was in a nice dress. I took that home. Same thing, you know. I started strange things started happening. But you see, I was staying in Elms Grove, so the things that I might have been feeling might have not been the pictures. It could have been the activity that was already there in Elms Grove. That anything that I tried to take in the house, that they would attach itself to it, right? So I guess I would say there could be a way that we could take an item in the house and we have to pray for it, bless it, and to be able to take it inside the home. But if you're in an area where there's a lot of activity, it's going to try to use every way possible to make it into your house. You know, I was always running into little birds that have fallen off the nest, and I'll grab them and nourish them and take them inside the house. But what if the bird could have been something else? Could have been a shapeshifter skinwalker impersonating a bird. Sometimes people do that things. They do a wrongdoing to the bird or to the animal that you find. So you make contact with it. Well, the 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 wrongdoing that they did is upon you because you make contact with it. So you have to be very careful with that also. But when you walk with the love foundation, through forgiveness and through Jesus Christ, He protects us from all those things. So who's running to this kind of things that I'm talking about? From the viewers here that are viewing, who's running to that had it? Who's by a thumbs up or a heart? Who's encountered items like this? What I'm speaking of: mirrors, picture frames, dolls, and or any kind of item that there was something on that item, a negative attachment on the item, bicycle, uh, any kind of item. Bonnie Honey Bear, what is the item that you had that had a negative attachment? People always try to warn me about the dream catcher I have up there, because it traps the things that come into your dreams, and they tell me that the dream catchers could have possibly a negative attachment, but I do get protection around me, right? The things that I didn't know then, I take extra measures now, which I have the selenite that brings my guardian angels, and black tourmaline to keep negative energies away. I'm talking about that. In those times, I really didn't know too much. I knew some, but I was growing spiritually. Her board had a lot of those to move. I get rid of a desk. When you're talking about board, you're talking about a Ouija board. Oh, yeah. Well, we had a truck. I know cousin Justin here. The truck we had in our house, where when I lost my mother, that there was something there in that truck where at nighttime you could hear the door open and close. You could see an image inside the truck at nighttime. Um, so after happening so many times, I decided to sell the truck, which I sold it cheap to somebody because we needed money, at that time. Uh, and by the way, I was already working two jobs when I was 16 years old. We had been working at a young age, 7, 8 years old. Migrant workers would go up, work up in the fields and stuff like that. So, corn the cob, if you're here, I've been working for a very long time, buddy. How can a 7-year old outwork you? That's what I want to know. How come you can't work? There's no such word as I can't because you can. Oh, you had something moving around making noise in your room last night. Did have you all cleansed your home, cleansed the house, or pray in there, to take authority over what's there? And I know you're all living, you're all moving and stuff like that. But there was I did a lot of praying last night here because I think people were trying to do something last night, but tie bind and rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name to go back to wherever it came from. That I wasn't accepting any form of negativity. Last night I had my sister here, which we had a quite a bit of a turnout last night. A matter of fact, a lot of like 2,000 and something viewers for for a Wednesday night and late in the morning, early morning. That's quite a bit of viewers. I don't understand what you're talking about there, according to Cobb. Sounded like like a footfall, like somebody landed. Yeah, I was catch that those disembodied sounds where it sounds like somebody's running behind me. You can hear the hoof sounds. You could hear the hoofs. There was one day I gone done an investigation at 3 in the morning, and as I was in the parking lot, I could hear something running behind me, and you could hear like hoofs. And I said, "I type on rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name," and it stopped. Right. So then I got in my vehicle, drove home. When I park and I'm getting off the vehicle, I hear the hoof marks running real fast down the street. So I'm walking up to my house, and then on the pavement or the driveway, you could hear them. And they start running up the sidewalk right behind me. And I get in, and I did the sign of the cross, and I said, "You're not welcome to come in." When I close the door, you could see like just like something make contact with a door. Like you could hear it on the recording where it hits the door, or should I say the glass door, like it gets hit by something. It's like this when they do that. They do it because they want to see if you're going to be afraid. So if you give it power that you're afraid or through belief, then it's going to have some kind of power over you. But if you don't give them no kind of power, then they can't really do nothing to you because you're not afraid of it and you're not believing in it. You're taking away what they feed what they feed off, you do the opposite. And that's what I do. Even though it sounds very realistic and it sounds very freaking loud, those hoop sounds sounded very freaking loud, but I didn't scare me. And I could hear him running. I was looking, hear him running towards me, and I said, "I tie bind and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name," and it stopped. But you could hear the like heavy stomps, like something with big hoops, like heavy stomps coming at me. Amen, brother Josh Turner, that you denounced it, renounced it. Yeah, you have to take authority. There's times when I'm doing these lives where the viewers have been here. They've heard things here. I think one day I was mimicking the sound of a lechuza. Next thing you know, they heard a like a whistle inside the house, like a noise, and then I heard like a woman saying something. I was like, oh shoot! So I get up and I have to go outside and to fight spiritually because it's like I made the noise of what a lechuza sounds like, and it was like 3 in the morning. So it's kind of like when I did it, it's like I got their attention, I guess, because I surfaced up. Man, one day what I want to do is buy some equipment where if I do a live outside again one day, that you're able to see me and probably have a little screen or half a screen where you could see in front of me. Because when I used to do the live streams outside in the backyard, man, I would catch a lot of activity of the shadow figures. And one time I caught a lechuza behind the tree, and it was pretty tall. And she peeked around behind the tree looking at me, you know, and then she flew over the fence. But I haven't really done no more videos outside. Guess because I'm afraid of the vampires. And the vampires I'm talking about are the mosquitoes. Here in Texas are pretty big. It's like, do you want to donate blood? I said, no, I'm good. I already donated enough blood. The mosquitoes done tore me up here in Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas. Now I think the biggest mosquitoes I've seen are up in Alabama. Oh, Louisiana. Louisiana, I think, or was it Alabama? One of those locations. When I was in the military, they're freaking huge. You know, the thing when activity really picked up that I witnessed was when the eclipse happened. If you notice, the eclipse happened after the eclipse. Look at all the things that have been happening. It's kind of like the shadow figures got darker. I mean, I literally seen one standing in my kitchen during the day with the sun out, and it was standing in my kitchen. And I said, "What are you doing here? You're not welcome here." And it took off. I mean, after the eclipse, what's gotten stronger? Mother Nature. Uh, we got hit by a strong tornado. Just a lot of things are happening, that we really have to prepare ourselves spiritually. You know, and of course, you got those other people who believe in other things. They think they got some kind of powers that they think they're Thor from they're Thor with a hammer. The God is on their side because they see all the devastation that is happening and they get excited because they like devastation. You know, they think that they have some kind of power. I'm talking about if you pay attention to, I've seen how shadow figures look, and the one I seen the day after the eclipse. I mean, it was standing in my kitchen. It was dark, and just I could see the form and everything of it. Like it almost took the full form of almost looking real. And I said, welcome here. And I said, tie bound and rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name. And it just took off. They are increasing. Uh, all those fires, all those flooding that is happening all around that were happening. We could say that that's something that happens every year, right? We could say that, but I think there's still more things to come. And there's a lot of wicked things happening right now. Look what they try to do to President Trump. If that's not evil itself, right there, if you can't see that that's pure evil right there, then I don't know what I can tell you, man. I can see through the spiritual good discernment what's going on, and these evil people that are in power, they're not hiding anymore, man. They haven't been hiding. I mean, they're trying to corrupt our kids in the schools, trying to corrupt the society itself. That abominations and things that are against the God are are supposed to be legit. No, they're not legit. If people are agreeing to that, then they're gonna come with you with the thing they want the most from you. They're gonna tell you, don't believe in God. He's not the God of this world. Is it? They're gonna tell you believe in somebody else. If you don't go believe in that, then you done lost your ways, and that's what they want. That's what they're doing. Yeah, there's a lot of things happening right now. I have a friend that said he recorded where he's got a recording that he showed me one night that he thought he was looking at the moon, and then that it wasn't a moon, that it was a UFO. And he sent me the video. I got the video. He said it was as bright as the moon, but it wasn't the moon. That he could see it moving. That it was like a UFO. And then I think that same night, somewhere here in Texas, somebody spotted something red in the sky in the same position for about an hour. It was like a straight line, and it was there for about an hour. Then it just disappeared. You got to remember one thing: uh, Lucifer, he would call the angel of light. Yeah, brother Josh. Hey, you want to pop on, brother Josh? I'll let you jump on. I can add you, man. I left it open. Like if anybody wants to join, you're more. Yeah, I heard you. It said that you're the devil and that I'm your mouthpiece. That we're evil because you believe in the Anunnaki. Uh, you should. I never posted the thing that he posts, but maybe I'll post it tomorrow so you can see what I'm talking about. So I'm not going to give this guy any more. How should I say? Any more attention? Just because you do your show and you talk about different things. I mean, I seen the movie E.T. I mean, it was a movie, wasn't it? I seen the movie Star Wars. You know, it's about the balance. The Force is with you, and of course, you got old Will and Shatner sleeping with aliens and stuff. How come they don't talk about him? He had made all those Anunnaki movies back in the day with the reptilians and all these different kind of female monsters that he would have a little relationship with them. Maybe that's where where the Watchers came from William Shatner when he was in Star Wars. I'm just playing. Oh man, I think they were saying that you were the what was it? The master reptilian or something, or something. I don't know. And you got old boy pretending his Thor. I guess uh what's the name? Joe Fisher is Loki. And Chris Puffington is the marshmallow guy from Ghostbusters. What was the guy's name? The big old puffy guy. What was it? What was the name of the big marshmallow? Something puffy, or I can't remember the name of him. Yeah, Stay Puff. Yeah, that's Cuffington. And then I'm thinking that that's the characters that they're role playing, man. Then the guy from Germany is Vlad, the one in the picture frame. That's supposed to be the guy from Germany. I think that's where they got those personalities from, was from Ghostbusters, man. Honestly, that's what I think. If you really pay attention, to me, they're nobody, man. They're 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 part of the fallen, man. We're greater than them, than anything that's fallen. Those are things that people worship. To me, they're nobody. To me, they're nobody because they're fallen. They will never make it into the kingdom of heaven. We can make it into the kingdom of heaven. We are children of God. Actually, those are like false form of idolism. They were created after uh after Moses crossed the people from across the Red Sea when he saved them from the pharaohs. You know, they went back. They crossed them. The Heavenly Father opened up the Red Sea, crossed them, but then some of them went back to their old ways, and they created that Moloch one, and although created them out of gold because they were still. That's what they were showing them. The pharaohs were showing them to believe in all those things. So some of those people, I think, the earth opened up and killed some of those. Uh, oh man! And Dana Ortega is the female that turned into the demon. Remember in Ghostbusters, the female that turned into the demon. Sigourney Weaver, I think that's what it was. Yeah, how you doing, brother Joe Breezy? Maybe Joe Breezy will come up here with me. Somebody. Hey, it's open mic night, man. It's always an open mic. Whoever wants to come out, whoever's not shy or camera shy. I mean, I gotta watch out for brother Josh Turner because he might be able to teleport over here to open up a portal up here right here beside me. You know, really freak out people. You know, since they say he's reptilian and stuff. Oh yeah, the old lady from Power Rangers. What was her name? The one with the horns. Yeah. How you doing, Joe Breezy? How you doing, brother? Oh man, who else they got in their stable? And then we got the guy from Too Close from Comfort, Roger, the gay guy, the one with the sugar in his tank. Remember the show Too Close for Comfort? No, no, he's the other guy, Mr. McCoy. What was the Oriental guy from Star Trek? That's who he is. The one that says, "Oh my." Oh man. Yeah, we're talking about a lot of things. I think a lot of these people, man, I think they got affected by that old TV show, Land of the Lost, where they had those what were they called? There were reptilians. Uh, I think that's why they talk about reptilians because they used to watch that show. That's around the time frame that they were born, or yeah, yeah, sleaze stack. That's what they are. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I used to watch that show when I was a kid every Saturday morning. It was a pretty interesting show. They had a little Bigfoot. What was it? What was the guy's name? The little guy. Man, Chaka or something like that. The little short guy. The little Chaka. Yeah, Chaka. So these guys could be affected from those shows. Maybe they were scared when they were kids from the show. That's why they think everybody's a sleaze or a Chaka. They think Chaka is a Bigfoot. Yeah, I can say your name. Corn on the cob. Corn on the cob be trolling here all the time. The thing is, those shows, some of these people get affected. I don't know what kind of church they've been to. I mean, they do live in the hills. I know that they probably be drinking that moonshine, and they probably got meth labs out there. I don't know, man. I don't know. They got some serious issues. All right, here you go. I want to send it to you through Messenger. All right, I send the link to Turner. See if he joins. I send it through Messenger. See if he pops up here. Let's get the trolls pissed off even more. Yes, he's on my friends list, so I'll send him a link through there. So hopefully he just put add and he'll join. Me, I'm always up on at nighttime. I've always up. I always stay up at night times. I've been like this for a very long time. I sleep during the day. I know I sent him the link, so hopefully he'll join me. All they got to do is just press the button, and I can add him through here. Let's see if he joins. I know I did it yesterday with my cousin Jesse, and he was able to join me. All right. Yeah, they've been getting targeted pretty bad by these fools. Me, I just been ignoring them now. It's like these guys are a joke. Uh, they, I just ignore them now. There's no hope there. It's people with some real serious mental issues. I used to run to people like that in the '70s, and these people had the mentality. They were already old people, and they would think that way. Okay, thank you all for tuning in here tonight. Yeah, we're gonna get the trolls pissed off. That's why I've been trying to get Brother Josh Turner here because here I don't care what anybody, if somebody has to say something, they can say whatever because, you know, we get targeted all the time. I get targeted, he gets targeted, so I don't care. I say what I have to say. Oh yeah, she she had she had fun. I told her we had over 2,000 viewers last night, 2,200 or 300 somewhere around there. So there was quite a bit of people that showed up last night. Yeah, just a wish that she would have been in a different location, but I was just happy to have her on because normally at nighttime she sleeps. She's asleep. She's asleep right now. Yeah, we was reminiscing of things of the past when we were growing up. Another thing about like people that mimic. How we're talking about picture frames. Well, that's where you get the double hanger effect for those unclean forces or unseen forces or unclean spirits that get into the pictures, into the dolls, into the mirrors. They have the ability to take your form, to manifest, to look like you. Some people say that they're fey because that's what the fey are supposed to do, right? Is mimic. They mimic how somebody talks, how somebody acts. So then they take the manifestation of them. I witnessed things like that when I was growing up, of these dark shadow figures roaming around where me and my cousin would be playing Cowboys and Indians, or we playing war games. Like we just got a stick and we're pretending they're machine guns and we running around after each other and stuff like that. I think one time I was playing on the side of the house, and my cousin, he was like underneath the house and he was trying to get me to go underneath the house, right? Like we were by the fence. We were in our grandmother's house, and he was trying to get me to go underneath the house. Right, my cousin, he said, "Hey, let's hide here. Let's hide here." Trying to get me underneath the house. So I said, "I'll be right back," and I ran around the house. But then I see my cousin over there in front of my house. It's like, "Hey, cuz, I thought you were over here." So no, I'm over. I've been over here for a while, and he was in front of my house. So I went back to look, and there was nobody underneath the house. So whatever that was trying to get me to go underneath the house. So that's part of that how they can manifest to look like somebody, where people say they have the all right, let's get the party started. Let me get the water out. So whatever that it mimicked my cousin, and it was trying to take me underneath the house. Wanted me to go underneath the house, and I was trying to figure out because I never been underneath that side of the house of my grandmother's house. It's like why is he trying to get me to go underneath the uh, he said to send him I think I already sent him the link. Let me try it again. I'll be right back. Okay, let me add guest. All right, there you go. How you doing, brother Josh Turner?
Hey, how's it going, Abe?
Wolf, how you doing, Wolf?
I'm good, good, good. Just packing the house so the walls are so bare. Everything's getting packed up and getting ready to
Yeah.
move.
Wel- Welcome to the night owl
Yeah,
hours.
yeah. See if we get some people in here. I was just talking or listening to you talk, and we were just coming to a stopping point, and we had some activity going on last night, and so it got so bad that it woke me up, and my wife couldn't sleep. And so whenever I go to do the shows moving around,
Shuffling.
footfall, yeah,
Like you hear footsteps.
yeah, yeah, basically try like rough rifling through things and like making noise, and I could hear it in the bathroom. I knew something was up because yesterday I saw something in the mirror. Like I was sitting here and I leaned back and I looked to my right as I was sitting here. We have like a love seat right here at the foot of our bed, and we have a TV right in front of us, a very large bedroom. And I saw something move, human sized, in the mirror, and so I was like,
Hmm.
"Something's definitely not right here." And so then, sure enough, it started up its BS, and so I went to sleep. I can always sleep through any of that. That doesn't none of that stuff scares me. I'm like you. It just is.
Yeah.
But it woke me up and it aggravated me because it was it just pissed me off. I was like, dude, I don't want to be dealing with this, man. And it just kept doing it. And I finally got mad and I denounced it, renounced it in the name of Christ, rebuked it, and things chilled out. But it was just like it was bad. It was like really bad. It was like to the point where I was getting upset. And then when I yelled at it,
It's
everybody came.
definitely something, man, because right now all my hairs just stood up. So I'm gonna pray right now.
Yeah,
Pray because I'm sensing something. Look, all my hairs are standing up on
I
my
see that.
arms.
Oh man.
So I'm gonna pray for you right now. Heavenly Father, at this time, I'd like to pray for Brother Josh Turner, Sister Nellie Turner, and everybody in that household. We're placing heavenly spiritual crosses on them from head to toe. We're placing heavenly crosses on every door and every window of that household, on the mirrors, or anywhere where there's something unclean. We're placing heavenly spiritual crosses there. We're taking authority over you in Jesus Christ's name. You're not allowed to affect them. We're taking authority over you and leave them alone. We're calling upon the heavenly angels to do a clean sweep of their household, get rid of the negative energies, and we tie, bind, and rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name. Also, we would like to pray against any witchcraft or necromancy being done to the Turners. We tie, bind, and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, and for it to go back to the sender. This I pray in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Definitely
yeah.
use
My
prayer.
hair's going back down.
Yeah,
This one's still
yeah.
acting up on me right here. I sense something. When you were telling me that, it's still
Mhm.
standing up some. But sometimes when the Holy Spirit comes, there's a kind of like the same sensation. But when you were telling me about the mirror, I was seeing like something tall on the other side of the mirror, a dark figure, shadow figure. Uh, I think possibly the one you've seen by the wall or something.
Mhm.
Whatever that was. Where it came
Yeah.
from, I don't know.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely been since we've been trying to move. There's something here, and I know it's trying to attach, but we're not taking anything furniture wise that was here when we got here. We're not taking any of that with us. Everything that was here when we got here is staying here. We're not taking anything.
Yes.
And there was definitely something here when we moved into this place, and we've experienced it. What another thing I've noticed too, like since we've lived here, we've gotten mail from like 8 or 9 different people, and so when I
Oh,
talk to the owner, like, nobody stays here longer than a year. They'll sign, like, a year lease or six-month lease, whatever, and then they're gone. They don't stay, and so when we came, we actually considered, like, trying to buy this place, and then we were like, "Nope." After the first, like, week or 2, we already knew there was something going on, so we fulfilled our duty and we declined to go any further, and so that's why we bought a house out in Lago Vista, because we can't. There's no way we could continue to be here. There really is something here, and there was something here when we came, but it didn't help the situation that we went through after the second conference when all this activity it ramped up because of all the stuff that was going on with the Filthy Five.
yeah.
And I was telling Nelly, that war came is pretty much over. The first one is, it came to an end. I mean, all you have left is old Dirty Ike, and he's the only
Yeah.
original band member. And now you got this other group of whatever the hell they are, the people who wanted to keep it going. When it was pretty much over, and they weren't willing to just let it alone, let it go. So now you
Well,
have
something
a new
happened
one.
to. I know that something happened to the people that was affiliated with the 35. Something happened to one of the guy's wives. One of the guy's wife that was affiliated that was protecting DW. Something happened,
Mm,
and that's what happens when you get affiliated with people like that. If they're doing witchcraft or necromancy and they're trying to do something bad to somebody, it's going to go back to the sender.
yeah.
But I still keep them. I still, it's like I'm one of those people that I like to pray for people regardless. Maybe, sometimes there's an opening where people can change their ways, but there is some people, man, that no matter what you say, no matter how kind you talk to them, they're bonded. They're being controlled by something else. Uh,
Yeah, and that's definitely the case, with these people here because at one point, one of them, the roofer, he came to our house unannounced and brought some shop towels. Now, as weird as that sounds, he brought some shop towels and he told us that they were blessed by some preacher, and we didn't think anything of it. And so I don't remember exactly where we put them, but we threw them in the closet or something, and they ended up under our bed, which was really weird. I don't know how that happened. And Nellie and I both had like nightmares. And then Anthony and Tony were having nightmares, and everybody was having nightmares. And then Stefan had a nightmare and said that he had dreamed that he was in a car wreck. And so we were all dreaming these weird dreams. And so we got those towels together and we threw them away, and then it stopped.
that's what you. So I think somebody placed them underneath it. It might have been him that placed it underneath. That's one where people that do the witchcraft or they place things underneath your pillows, underneath your
Mhm.
bed, in between your mattress where you sleep. That's how they put a spell on that. That's how they attack. I've been through that where I found a little doll with freaking hair and pins in it underneath my pillowcase from a female that was trying to be my girlfriend, trying to do witchcraft on me. That I found that I
That's
threw it away
personal
and
in
I
itself.
and I told her to leave me alone.
Yeah.
You know,
That
so
right there
or
is
they'll put like
personal in itself. You do that.
a little capsule with like some kind of perfume in it and stuff, and it might be
Mhm.
underneath your bed. So I'm more sure if those towels were underneath your bed, it's because he did something to him. He's the one that placed them there.
Wow. Yeah, it seems like when this whole thing popped off with Stay Puff and Phil Fittler over there in Germany and what's his face the roofer, big roofer guy. It was like they got involved in something that it was never. And I'm with you on this one too. Like it was planned out and orchestrated from the Jump Street. Like Jump Street, they had it planned, and of course, we ended up having to deal with all of this chaos and the fallout. There's not really much we could have done because I mean, if somebody has it in for you, they have it in for you. There's nothing you can do. But getting what's going on now with the liar from the LBL and the swordsman, these people, getting all involved, and then they teamed up with old Ike from Oklahoma, who was the
Yeah.
only
The,
original band member left. It was just him. And one day, swordsman is saying that you're going to federal penitentiary for kidnapping a child, and he's parroting everything that old Dirty Ike was saying. And then now he's like, I'm not affiliated with that guy. I've never spoken to him. I don't know anything about him. Blah blah blah. You can't have it both ways, man. I mean, like one day you're saying that I'm going to federal penitentiary for making this guy lose his children, and now he's like, oh, I have nothing to do with that guy. I'm not affiliated with him. Blah blah blah. Well,
he's too
one of
late
those.
now. He done defended that guy many times.
Hmm.
I got messages where he's I can see where he's defending them. And the job posted up there where he's
Yeah.
defending Corn on the Cob. Corn on the Cob, if you're here, you're here. He always comes and trolls them, but it's like they boot him out. They've been booting them out now.
Yeah.
Yesterday I had a real corn, and here you go, Corn on the Cob. Send me your address, so I could gift it to you.
But he has a thing for corn cobs. I can tell you that. He likes to.
So what's
He
up
likes
with his saying you're reptilian? I mean, I had a story, man, when I was a kid. I was saying it yesterday where I know we're talking about the UFOs that my sister's seen a UFO, and then I told her that the time where I woke up and I was standing on the curb and everybody's like all along the block and people are standing there, but they're like in a trance-like state. So I'll go inside the house because I'm freaking out, and I go hide underneath the blanket, because I was probably like 6 years old when that happened, and I see something come in there and is walking real weird. It's got like something over his head and looks like it got a big tail. And goes in there, goes into the kitchen and comes back out and is looking and then goes out and it looked reptilian to me, right? Next thing you know, like maybe 5 minutes later, all the people like snap out of it and they're looking at each other standing on the curb and they walk back inside their homes. I remember two incidents like that, and one by the railroad tracks where it's like whatever it was standing on top of the cargoes where the coal is, and it was in charge of the people, and it was making them move stuff for them onto the train. And I could see the same reptilian thing up there. You know, I remember how it looked. Um, but I believe they're affiliated with the heartbeats and the sirens. Dealing with the watchers. Did they come from that, or like you say, the Anunnaki, because it's the same thing, or people call them the Apakulu
Hmm.
because are a form of like shapeshifters. That they can manifest to look differently. No,
Yes.
I couldn't really. We can talk about that because that's what they are. This for somebody to be making fun of you because you talk about the Anunnaki, which are reptilians, of which you know, there's even holographics and all that where they're in existence. You got the ones that look like a bird. You got the one that's part human and it looks like a crocodile. You got the anubis, right? That looks like a wolf
Hmm.
or like a dog. But they all come from the same source,
Well, the
and they
thing
get
the
mad
thing
because
is,
of that.
somebody asked me why I look pissed. I'm not pissed. I'm just tired, but I'm always tired. Uh, I'm actually not pissed at all. I just have that face, but no, I guess it's resting pissed face. I don't know what you would call it, but no, it's what's crazy is this when people keep saying this stuff that they pair it back what these guys have been saying about me, that I worship these space aliens and all this other weird shit that's not true. None of that's true. We talk about everything on the show. And if you get deep down into it, you go down those rabbit holes, you start to come out with some weird conclusions.
Yeah.
And so what I think is a lot of this anthropomorphic type beings was genetic altering or tampering done by these beings. It can be the Nephilim or the Anunnaki are pretty much one and the same.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, what was it, honey? Yeah, yeah. It's because we vacillate back and forth between what it is a demon and alien, is an alien a demon. You meant to put you on camera? She's got a shower, but no, it's one of those things. Let me do it real quick. There she goes. There she goes. She's hiding herself.
She's
So
like,
it's one of those things where you kind of we were talking about it earlier, and I was on the phone with Ann Celine and Ken Gerhard, good friends of ours, and we were talking about the whole vampire thing. What's going on with that, and she was saying that she noticed the slogan for Target used to be the slogan for Walmart. Now, that's a Mandela effect. There's something that they're doing. They're playing with
what's
things.
the what's the name of the slogan?
It's pay. What is it? Give more,
Payless.
pay less.
Yeah,
Earn more,
Payless.
yeah, something like that. But now it's Target. So we started talking about the Mandela effect, which is a very weird thing. And of course, I've talked about how Jesus says, his servant Antipas was murdered there at the seat of Satan, which is in Geneva, Switzerland. If you go and you look at that, it's in Revelations, and it's so bizarre uh, that he was killed there, and Jesus says that is the seat of Satan himself. That is where CERN is. Now, CERN is also Saturn, Saturna, and Satan. Those are the same things. And
Yeah.
so that's where they opened the abyss, and where Apollyon, which is Apollo, another name for the son of Zeus, which is another name for the Antichrist in ancient Greek. Now, there's liturgical Greek, and then there's ancient Greek, and then there's liturgical Latin, ecclesiastical Latin, and all these different types of languages. And then, of course, there's all these different types of Hebrew and Aramaic, and so it's hard to get a hold on these translations. But I was talking to Ann about it today. These priests in these cults and these vampire cults, they speak upwards of 100 languages. And so I speak six going on seven. That's nothing. That's more than the average person. But compared to these beings, like they learn these things through the other, which is something that attaches itself to their spine. And it's like instantaneous download information from this demon that has probably lived for thousands of years. Not always. Some of them are a lot younger, several hundred years. But if people really understood the nature of reality, these beings in the fourth dimension, they don't have a broken memory either, like we do. Like they don't have a broken up memory. Their memory is straight through. Like they have, and they also have the ability to transcend time and space. And so, yes, they are the descendants of the fallen, and the fallen being possibly the Anunnaki. There's different theories, like maybe the flood is why they left, leaving their descendants behind, or they were just absolutely
Well,
wiped
that was
out.
weird.
Yeah, that was
It
weird.
just shut off by itself and turned on by
Yeah,
itself.
that was crazy. But there's all these different
What were
theories.
you
So
saying? What were you saying about when that happened? You was talking about the Anunnaki, the
yeah, we were talking
descendants.
about them having been wiped out, and then all of a sudden that goes black. Um, but you have all these different theories that are going on at the same time. So whenever you try to talk about these things, some of these people, whether they're fundamentalist Christian or fundamentalist Muslim, those two groups in particular have attacked me and said that they don't like me talking about these things. Most recently, I had a person of the Islamic faith telling me that my talking about the jinn is causing problems, and I'm like, well, don't listen. Okay, it's not something you have to listen to. You don't have to listen to it. I'm going to talk about what I think needs to be said, and in this time and day and age that we're living in, I think it's very important that we come forward and we say what needs to be said and stop hiding. And so these fundamentalist Christians with their extremism, and that's what this is. It's just unabashed extremism. They just absolutely are. They don't care. They're not even ashamed. They lie. Like you and I breathe air. Unbelievable the things that they do and say, and
They
they will
don't
do
even
the
talk
same
about
thing.
no mercy and wicked things.
Yeah, talking about that they say prayers that I die. They
Yeah,
say prayers that they hope that I'm thrown into hell and the animals eat me. And yeah, she's one of them. There were others that were backing her up with those. But the thing is, like they're not attacking all these other people's channels, for the things that they're saying. They're attacking me.
They're mad
So
because
I told them,
at your
we're
channel
speaking in
and they
truth.
wanted to
You're
control
speaking in truth. You're trying to bring light to the people.
yeah,
You're trying to bring awareness. Just like I bring
go
awareness
away.
spiritually, you're bringing it also, but deeper
Yeah,
into it.
it doesn't make sense that I'm being attacked because I know some of our colleagues like Tony Merkel and Josh Nonocchio are talking about the same things. Paul Wallace is talking about the same things, but L.A. Marzulli told me himself. He's like he's getting attacked pretty regularly too. You have these bigger channels, bigger people that are talking about these things. They don't like it, and they're getting upset. And if you don't say things the way that they want them to be said, it was getting to the point where people were telling me who could be on my show. These people were telling me who I could associate with and telling
Oh
me
wow!
certain friends of mine, my author friends, that I needed to at some point make a choice, because God wanted me to do this and God wanted me to do that. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, you're not God. You don't have that ability to tell me who I'm supposed to associate with, what authors I can support, and it was coming down to that. And so I made the announcement a few weeks back to the PRT team, and there's 9 of us now that are actually affiliated with PRT, or now we have employees. Now we have 2 employees of PRT. And I said, look, it's come to a point where I knew the swordsman was going to enter this war that was started by his friends, and I told him he's going to do it. It's not a matter of if; it's a matter of when. I felt like there was a demonic force there that was driving these people to do this. I mean, it's not like you don't just wake up one day and start spouting off all of this craziness. And it was a buildup, and so I knew that
It's
there
a
was an issue there, and you and I had spoken about it at length too, Abe, that
yeah.
we knew that we were going to be attacked. And so when I woke up and I was being accused of being the hammer of Austin, or excuse me, the Austin Hammer, whatever Hammer guy, he accused me of this crap, and I'm like, that's not me. I'm not going to waste an entire day trying to explain to this guy that that's not me because I already know that he knew it wasn't me, and he was choosing to do that. And then yesterday, I believe it was yesterday, or maybe it was earlier today. I don't remember, but I got attacked again, and thank God for Elijah Henderson stepping up and saying, "Look, don't do this because you're putting words in the mouths of the mouth of my deceased father." And he stepped up and told these two, the liar of the LBL and the swordsman, the wannabe swordsman, that they were lying. They were sitting there saying that they were calling me the Toad King and saying that the late Elijah's dad, I'm not going to say his name, but they were saying that he didn't like me and all this stuff. I had many talks with him after his wife had passed away, and then before he passed away, and him and I spoke on the phone many times, and we were close. We talked quite a bit, and we were on the same path. And so there was a lot of venom in their words, and of course, when he said something to them, the liar of the LBL took the post down. First, he took down his words, Elijah's words, and then he took the post down altogether. But they never miss an opportunity to do wickedness, and so they think that I'm doing some kind of like whatever, subverting their subs and doing all this other stuff to them, and I'm not. What it basically is, though, is the whole community is seeing them for their
the
works.
true the true selves of them.
Yeah, they're seeing what they
You know
really
they're
are.
saying they're
So it's
saying
unhealthy.
a lie can last. You can cover a lie with another lie, but sooner or later you can run out of lies, and that's what happened with him. He's
Mhm.
showing his true self, and everybody's seeing his true self, and nobody wants to be associated with him anymore. So he did it to himself. You know.
Yeah, and I mean the proof is in the pudding. I think we just turned over 36,300 today. They continue to lose. I think he actually gained a little bit back, which was kind of suspicious. But but the main one that's been acting up lately. But and it doesn't matter. PRT is going to keep going. We don't need sorcery and magic and any other type of stuff to make us be whatever. It's just going to be what it is, and it's up to the will of God. I'm not going to sit up here and debate with these people anymore. Whatever they say, I'm just going to repost it and let people look at it themselves, and they can be the judge of it. And we're not going to bring it to the show. It's not going to slow us down. It's not going to stop us. That everybody already knows what the swordsman did a couple days ago by calling my wife a bitch and saying all this other stuff about Krista Tweedy, calling her a bitch. And I didn't get on there and rant and rave. I did a Facebook and I just pointed out what he did, and that's it. And I'm just going to mirror whatever, and I'm just going to post it and let people take a look at it, and they themselves can make their own decisions and form a conclusion. We've been through all this, you and I, when they attacked you and Bettina, the corner of the cob attacked you and Bettina, that started all this. Now, this would already be over if Puffington hadn't decided to become super jealous and do what he did, in attacking Anthony and Maddie. And so this whole thing kicked off. Maddie was upset with me. I was upset with her. We've apologized and we've been friends ever since. We made amends, but it was all touched off by a jealous person. But the roofer had a lot to do with that too. They both, instead of minding their own business, they decided to insert themselves in people's private lives.
I
Which
think they had
obviously
a
is going to lead to a lot of problems because I'm working two. I have a career, two careers really, in construction and in security, and then I do this. This is not my job. This is not a job at all. That's why I told people, hey, don't donate to me. I'm good. They want to talk about me wearing gold, and they want to talk about me making money and blah blah blah. It's all jealousy, and
yeah.
so they make up a new lie like every day. It's to the point where they're talking ad nauseum about me, and people are really tired of it. So instead of us being about the business of cryptids and ghosts and alien abduction and theories about like the Anunnaki and demons and
Yeah.
angels, we're talking about this crap. So it ends up taking up a lot of time and a lot of air. So going forward, what's going to happen is just whenever they say something or do something, we're just going to repost it in PRT News and be done with it. And we're not going to go into any detail. People can see it, they can read it because I'm sick of it taking up time. So, like tomorrow night, when you and Breezy and Monica, hopefully everybody can make it there. We're going to talk about some of this stuff. Now, Monica, switching gears here, Monica said something on her show that got me thinking. I'm going to say something tomorrow, and I'm gonna see what she can tell us because she said on a short that she did that a tulpa is different than an egregore, and that these two things, the definition she gave, I am a little bit in disagreement with that. So I'm gonna talk to her about that tomorrow if she shows up on the show. She may not. I don't know. She was pretty tired last Friday, but I'm going to get her to talk about that, and then we're going to go into some cases of these. Oh, that was weird. Some people who have seemingly created tulpas and these egregores, because what she says is that the tulpa is actually something that one person creates, which I don't agree with that. I believe that that's an energy that can be created by multiple people. And then she gave the definition of the other thing, and I want to see where she's getting the information from because I did look into it and I couldn't find a whole lot about a tulpa being just the creation of one. But my point to that though goes back to what we were saying about the Anunnaki, that you can actually create life. That's what a golem or a homunculus actually is, and there are different types of. I have a problem hearing you. They can't hear me. Can you hear it better? I don't know. Can you hear me?
Doug, here you go.
Here you go. Okay, I don't know what all. Maybe you guys missed it or something. They said they
There
couldn't
you
hear. There
go.
you go.
Okay. All right. So let me start over. Like Monica had said that there was a difference between an egregore and a tulpa. So tomorrow night I was gonna talk about that, and maybe we could go down the rabbit hole of what that is, and we could talk about it because it does coincide with the Anunnaki thing. Because if God can create a being, that being can create life because we ourselves can create life. We can make children out of genetic material without having to have intercourse, which is very weird. It's something that seems very unnatural. Well, it is. It is
You're
unnatural. I
talking
don't.
about like when they put the
The embryo, yeah.
the embryo, yeah.
And so they fertilize it, and then there's cloning. There's cloning that's going on. There was a guy that was writing things on the
It's going
internet.
in and out. They need to hear you better. They're having trouble hearing you.
What am I supposed to do?
Go to the office. I'll have Anthony set up the thingy for you.
Okay, so I'm gonna jump out, and then I'm gonna jump back in. I'm gonna go in from the study, and I'll
Okay.
be right back. All right.
How do I?
Can you hear me? Y'all can hear me? Let me see. Can you hear me now? Yeah, something happened. Like the light went down here, then something happened to the feed. Then I couldn't hear them that loud. A lot of interference tonight. Have y'all seen the activity, right? To the Son of the Cross. It's like something it doesn't want us to be communicating. I'm thinking I need to send him another. I think he can come back in. I had the my light shut off 2 times by itself. Ever since I prayed because I could sense something, and the activity just started going crazy. Can y'all hear me without the echo? Yeah, it was some activity happening here tonight, brother and sisters. What time do we have right now? It's 3:17. No wonder 3 in the morning. Uh, yeah, there's a lot of activity that happens. That's when you know that this unseen forces or being active because they don't want us to expose. What he's talking about is very important. We have to know what we're battling spiritually, and so yes, it's very important to know what we're facing. Of course, we know how to fight with the love foundation through Jesus Christ, but yes, it's very important to know all these things that he speaks of uh, as part of the balance. So it's very important to speak about all this stuff. Just like when I talk about the DDN and the skinwalkers, shapeshifters, shadow figures, and demonic forces. It's all about the balance. We have to be able to talk about that. I mean, even in church, to talk about that, right? Demons and all that. So that all falls in the same category. It's just called different names. Yeah, it was getting pretty interesting when Brother Judge Turner was talking, and then it's just like something just like interfered in the phone and interfered here with my light. But that's what happens. That's when you know that we're talking about something good, but then other forces are trying to interrupt of what we're talking. Especially this hour. So let me pray again one more time. If there's anybody trying to wish bad upon us, to the viewers or the turners, me, we tie, bind, and rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name. We don't accept any form of negativity. Go back to the sender. This I pray in Jesus Christ's name. Yeah, definitely. You see, definitely, Brother Judge Turner is on the right track about this that he's speaking of, because that's part of the balance. It needs to be spoken of, and these other forces that are around don't want him to be speaking about this. You see the activity that was happening here, and I'm here sitting in my light that's right here, just shuts off on me, and then he loses the connection, and then he comes back. You can barely hear him. Now, do I have to send a link again to him, or is he just gonna, Sister Nelly, can he still join me, or do I have to send him another link? Oh, there he is. Welcome back, Brother Josh Turner.
Okay, hey, so let me see if this will work. I'm gonna put a. Man, that's a box of let's put the that's a box of ammunition here. Let's use this. I got stuff right now.
I got some selenite as ammunition. Let me put it in my hand, man. It's been too much activity around here. I hold this in my hand.
Well, you
Just to,
know that selenite is a wicked, evil sorcery, according to our enemies. We're doing all kinds of evil sorcery.
it's for protection.
Yeah, so
It puts some a little bit more extra protection, man. Because where I live, the woods are not that far away, and those things try to surface up, try to interrupt my life feeds.
yeah.
There we go. All right,
So,
there we go.
can y'all hear me? I hope y'all can all hear me. I don't know if everybody can hear me.
Yeah,
I'm trying to talk and hold my phone earlier, but no, what we were talking about, the um, the Anunnaki. That's what we were talking about. What's crazy is when you start going down the rabbit hole of life creating life. What I was trying to tell people, and what I was trying to explain to them, and they just could not grasp this concept. It seemed very simple to me. Was that life can create life, like we ourselves create life, and everybody thinks that, well, God created us, right? But the thing is, even if He didn't, it wouldn't matter. He still did. It doesn't matter. Whatever however He went about doing it, it doesn't matter. Life finds a way, and the people that we're dealing with, they're so fanatical. They want to be like God. They want to be able to say that they are like God, and they themselves are like God, and that's not correct. They can't say that, and so they get very upset when you challenge the notion that maybe God didn't create us the way that they think He did, and they don't like the idea that I've even posed the theory that maybe evolution was something that God used to make everybody, and of course they lost their minds about that. And I'm not saying I believe any of this. I'm just saying that these are possible theories. It doesn't throw out God, Christ, or the Holy Spirit. It's just an alternate view because there's a lot of things that we don't understand that are were taken out of the Bible, and the Bible's not what people think it is. They don't get it. They don't understand it, and so they get very angry and very upset. But the God that these people want to worship and want to love, they like Him because they know that He was angry, He was jealous, and He was destructive in the Old Testament, and they look at that Old Testament and they think, oh, that's how I am, so I'm like God. And that, I don't care whether they admit it or not, subconsciously, that's what they're doing. And Jesus tells us there's a very different side to God. And there are some people that even say, well, because of Jesus' sacrifice, somehow that made God nicer. And I'm like, no, God is the same as he always was. He's the same as he's always been the same. He will always be the same. What mankind did, what people did, was take part of the Bible and write it to where they could use it for control. And they put things in there and they attribute them to God, things that he did not do, things that he did not say. And so then you get people like the roofer who comes along and says, well, I believe this part of the Bible, so I'm gonna cling to that and I'm gonna use it because that's how I am. Yeah, exactly. You're that way. And so they use that part of the Bible that was copied and pasted over to make it look like that's what God did and said. But in reality, that's not God. God doesn't change. People do. And people change his words. And so that to me is closer to the truth than the idea that a bunch of aliens came down and made us. I mean, and for even opposing the theory that that could have been a possibility, which I still think that in an alternate reality, that probably did happen. Because what people don't understand is there's a lot of different realities that are all happening simultaneously. Now, as hard as that is to wrap their mind around, what people don't understand is there in each reality, there are also 11 different dimensions. And so when you do this introversion, you start to realize what Jesus was talking about when he said that the kingdom of God is found within you, not without into the world. And I'm eating ginger because I have anxiety, but people, yeah. They can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Huh.
When I was, it's weird because Wolf and I were having this conversation earlier, and I told him a theory. Now, this is a theory because you got to look at everything that um when the fallen angels in the book in Genesis 6, it says, oh, the fallen angels saw women and they lusted after them and they wanted them. For me, I don't believe that. I believe that if that was the case and they were so sexually what's the word I'm looking for? Depraved, that they would do that, they would have already been doing that in their first estate. I think that they looked at humans the way humans looked at monkeys and saw, okay, well, what if we add a little bit of human DNA to these monkeys and see what we come up with? I think the fallen did that. I think they looked at us, the original creation by the hand of God, and said, well, I wonder what what would happen if we tampered with their DNA and put a little bit of ours in there and see what happens. I don't think it was sexual. I think the reason that came about is because humans live in their bottom chakra mostly, and everything they're driven by that their genitalia. And I think procreation reasons, because that's how we are as people. And so I think that that's what it was. It wasn't that they came down here and mated with humans. I think they came down here and corrupted the original creation, which caused us to become more intelligent, more aware, and that frustrated them because they realized, okay, well, they're getting too smart. We gotta control them. So they made each clan a different Bible, if you will, so that they could give you just so much of the truth, but corrupt it. And then in this Bible, give you so much of the truth and corrupt it, and so on and so forth. That way, because we as a species, we want to be connected to something higher. And we also crave tradition and law and to be a part of something. That's why churches work so well, because people flock to them because they want to be part of something. They want to be a member of something. It's just human nature. They're pack animals. But that, what am I looking for here? Hello? Oh,
Yes.
but I got 1,000 thoughts happening at once, so I stumble over myself at times. I apologize, but that's basically the gist of it. I think that it was them trying to see what they could contaminate and see what would happen. And then when they realized that we were the our intellectual part of us that was from them, what became out of hand, that's when they brought religion in as a control. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so that's what
Yeah.
Wolf and I were talking about today. And
I don't know what the hell she's talking about, bro. I don't even talk about none of it.
Well,
That's
I
crazy.
know when I know what you're saying, but in that sense of a way, I know our government is doing things like that. I remember when I was in combat that they said they gave us a shot, right? This is messing with their DNA. They gave us a shot that had DNA of a shark for the
Mhm.
people who were in the front line, and they would send a signal through the satellite in which the people were act different. Their demeanor changed, and people were like very violent, and like just violent. In which it was like a form of a like your possession, but they were acting their demeanor changed, just kind of like the COVID shot. It was made to mess with your DNA also. To what is it? It gives you the healing factor. The what is it? White cell or
Mhm.
the one of
White blood
to
cells.
affect that. Yeah, to
Mhm.
affect that. So you take the shot, you're not able to heal properly. It takes away from you. That's why a lot of people died.
Sharks,
But
if you were
I
to
could see where
inject
she's coming
someone with
from in that form, you know,
bull sharks have
because
the highest testosterone of any animal on earth. So if they were to inject you with that, your testosterone count would explode exponentially. I'd heard rumors of this kind of thing, but I didn't really know what to make of it. So you're telling me
there's
they actually did that?
yes, in Operation Desert Storm, I remember. I overheard my platoon sergeants talking about it. That they given us all of us a shot with a DNA of a shark or something, and I could see the difference of people, how people acted out there, man. Even
No.
afterwards, it's kind of like they were being controlled by they were different, like they acted differently. So
Mhm.
that's tampering with DNA.
That's crazy. Doesn't surprise
And
me.
it can affect, like I only have one son, right? So it can run from generation to generation. I keep an eye on my son and stuff like that, but I only have one son, and I know they gave us that shot because I heard that they gave us a shot, and I seen how the people acted. It's kind of like they had a signal with us locked on us that they just made people go crazy out there in the front lines.
Well, I know recently Congress, about 6 months ago, they were talking about chimeras and how they wanted to be able to. Thank you. They wanted to be able to use chimeras, and you're like, why would you want to use chimeras? Unless why would you even debate it on the Senate floor unless it was something that's already being done? Our government has a tendency to leap before it looks and to actually be talking about things after the fact. It's very rare that they'll bring up something and be like, excuse me, we need to be like proactive and actually think this through. No, they just do stuff like they give some country a bunch of money and then go, oh shit, well, that might have been a bad idea. Maybe we shouldn't have armed Saddam to destroy Iran. And then tell him, go ahead and do what you want, Saddam, because he's going to do what he wants because he's a tyrant. So he goes in and invades Kuwait. And then the next thing you know, we're over there scrambling to knock him out. Well, that was all stupidity on the part of the government. But was it really, or was it all part of a strategic plan to strengthen another country? And people don't understand this, but everything that we were doing was actually strategic in the way that it was to help Israel. And what I mean by that is like, okay, they started promoting cotton, this Egyptian cotton, like it was a longer strand, it was better, it was this, it was that. And then there were people who were doing studies between Egyptian grown cotton and cotton grown in Alabama and Texas. There was no difference. There was absolutely no difference at all. we were just fed that lie and sold a bill of goods so that we would be willing to give Israel $40 billion a year in loans and actually just unpaid, whatever, just free money. But it cost us even more than that because we had to give Jordan money. We had to give Syria money. We had to give Lebanon money. And we had to prop up Egypt, who was their chief rival in the Middle East now that Iraq and Iran had been crippled for at least a decade. So our non-aggression treaty with Egypt and buying all of their cotton and destroying the farming industry here in America, literally in the South. My hometown was called Blackland. It was just the soil is solid black. It's very dark soil. It's very good loamy soil. It's good for growing crops, and in particular cotton. And in Taylor, Texas, was known as Cottonland. Um, they're now building tract housing on lush farmland because we're buying it all from Egypt because of a non-aggression treaty with Israel. That Egypt, as long as we give them, I think it's like $11.6 billion a year, they don't attack. And it's not just in money. People will look it up and go, well, we're only giving them 1.3. No, because it's incentives and there's assets and there's all these incentives for them and other countries like China and Ukraine. Their countries can buy up pieces of land in our country now, and they're doing it, and they have been doing it, and they're getting all kinds of cushy deals, with companies and stocks and everything you could possibly imagine. These countries, they're being propped up by the United States and their money. The situation with Israel is not only a hot button issue, but it's also a religious and a spiritual issue. And what people don't understand is that Israel will be a sacrifice. I'm telling you this, it's going to happen because what these people want is there's a Jewish cabal, and it's not the people of Israel. What it is a group of investors who are calling themselves Jews, but they're not. They're fraudulent in every sense of the word. They're called Khazars, and they actually what they're trying to do, and they have evangelicals that are stupid enough to try to help them. Not all evangelicals, but there is a cabal of them too, that are doing it. Um, and that the people that we're actually engaged with, that this is their belief, that they have this crazy mindset where they believe that they're going to bring about the rapture, and they believe that this is going to happen because Israel is going to be attacked. So what they actually want is for Israel to be attacked because they believe that it will bring about the rapture, and they're so holy and pious that they're going to be taken up by Christ, and they're not going to have to face the tribulation. That is
Uh,
so untrue because what they are missing so many parts of the Bible that they don't understand that we are all here to face that tribulation. If you do not die before that, there will be a generation that will never face death. Now, if you die before that, consider yourself fortunate because you will face the tribulation. The rapture of itself is actually mass death. What they don't understand is that it gets worse and worse and worse. And if people were understanding of other religions and a little more tolerant, now I'm not saying be so tolerant that you let someone, enact Sharia law and make women wear trash bags and cut their heads off. What I'm talking about is being a little more tolerant, understanding other people's take on life and their religion, because it tells you in Hinduism exactly what that is. We are living in a time called the Kali Yuga, and it coincides with the worst parts of the Bible. And Revelations is, in and of itself, a controversial book that was actually hotly debated whether or not it should even be allowed into the Bible as canon. And it made the cut in the Council of Nicaea only because of the fear that it instilled in people, because fear to them is a control mechanism. And so, with that, they're able to say, hey, if you don't behave, they don't care whether you love God or not. You just got to fear him and think he's a warmonger and he'll destroy you. So, what they're doing literally is there's a cabal, and these are six families. The families are the Krupps, the Oppenheimers, the Goldmans, the Redstones. You have the Rothschilds, and you have the Rockefellers. Those are the six families. Their bloodline is there's all this different type of whatever. They all hail from different regions of like Abyssinia, places that no longer exist, places that are no longer, I mean, they're not even like their own countries anymore. The Krupps are a boyar. If you look at the Boyar, they're the boyars. They're actually a nobility, a Germanic nobility. I would hazard to guess these people have very minute amount of actually Hebrew blood in them. I would say it's very low. And in fact, there was a scientist who died in Canada by shooting himself in the back of the head twice, which is how everybody kills themselves, especially if they're dealing with Hillary Clinton and her people. They like
Yeah.
to kill themselves with 2 shots to the back of the head or to strangulate themselves, which is exactly how I would do it. If I'm going to kill myself, I'd be like, why not? That's how you would go out. But so what ends up happening? He talks about this. He was just an Israeli scientist, and he said literally that they do not have more than 13 to 14% of Hebrew blood in the Holy Land. What you're seeing, though, is the actual race of Christ whittled down to very little, a very minute amount. And you're seeing these people who look like Caucasians, they're Caucasoid, and they're going around saying that they are Jews. Well, that is Revelations 2:9, and then reiterated in Revelations 3:9. It says, Jesus says, those that claim they're Jews and they are not. So what you're dealing with are people who are going around saying they're Jews, they're Jews, they're Jews, but they're not really Jews. And they do not care about the welfare of the actual race of Christ. They do not care about the souls. They do not care about what happens to the nation of Israel. They do not care about it at all. Which Israel is not really Israel. It shouldn't even be called that. It should just be called the Old Jerusalem. And there's a reason for that too, because Jesus is going to create the new Jerusalem when he returns. Now, when Jesus tells his brother James that look this up, he says that, and I want you to look it up. I'm just going to give you this. I want you to actually do this. Folks, you need to understand this. He says, flee Jerusalem, for it is full of archons. When he tells his brother this, he's telling him that these creators, that's what the archons are, they're false creators, right? And he says also that the world belongs to Satan, or as the plural would be, Shaitan. People don't understand this, they don't grasp this concept, and they don't get that these people will do anything or say anything to keep control. And it is their destiny that they believe because they're actually Luciferian. They believe in the bad guy, and I'm talking Lucifer himself, who is only mentioned 3 times in the canon of the Bible that we use, the King James version, which a lot of the Bibles, are based on now. Like when people just say the Bible, there's 6, 7 different types. They're all pretty much the same, except for the Catholic Bible has like the Book of Tobit and other books in there. And you don't get 146 books out of it. You're getting a very small percentage of books. And so, in particular, a very vile book to me is the Schofield Bible. I do not believe that book. It is not. It's taken down, whittled out. Whatever it did not like, they did not like it, and they put things in there that were not true. And of course, we're not supposed to add or take away from the Word of God. That's what these people have literally done. And so what you end up with is this whole mishmash soup of just control and elitist viewpointing. And so when I tell people this is what's coming, you're going to deal with an economic crisis like you haven't seen. It's going to be worse than the Great Depression. It's going to be the Great Depression on steroids. And people are not going to have work because the industry is going to be dried up and things are going to be crashed. And it's going to come from within. I do believe that the United States, if we vote for the wrong person or if they steal the election, it's going to be a crisis like we haven't seen. It's going to be very, very bad. These people are believing in some sort of fake news about the year 2025 and how the Republicans are going to basically commit genocide against everyone and do all kinds of crazy stuff. To me, it's not about Democrats or Republicans. They're pretty much on the same team. At this point, you're dealing with the person who are persons that are going to be in control of this country, which Biden was not. He was just a puppet. It's going to be very bad. So if you care about the future of the world and you care about what's going to happen, you need to be prepared People are not prepared in any sense of the word, mentally, physically, spiritually, economically. They are going to be caught really, honestly, with their pants down, and it is going to be so bad. So when I try to tell people and prepare them for the coming, what's going to happen, that you have forces that are in play that are working against us. They're working overtime around the clock to destroy us and bring us down and keep us from telling people what's really going on and what's happening. You are going to witness an exodus from the nation of Israel coming up, because they are going to destroy it. And I believe that these people, they are working lockstep with the fanatical group of extremists who want to bring this about. And it's really crazy because you're seeing this joining of people who would never be on the same team. Islamic extremists, Jewish and Christian extremists, and fundamentalists who all want the same thing, but for different reasons, right? So they're going to get together to create that. You have someone like Netanyahu, who a few years ago actually openly praised Hitler, and people were shocked by that. But if you understood who the top officials in the Nazi empire were, three of them were actually Jewish: Joseph Goebbels, Adolf Eichmann, and of course Adolf Hitler himself. People don't understand this, they don't know this, and they don't grasp the concept. They think it's crazy, and they think it cannot possibly be. But the actual Jewish people themselves, and I'm not a Holocaust denier, it happened, but not in the way they say it did. The poor Jews were sacrificed by the rich Jews, and it was by those six families that did what they did. The Krupps were the actual military wing. They armed the Western Allies. They armed Joseph Stalin and the communists. And get this, they armed the Nazis. Hitler joined the Nazi Party. He was not the founder of the Nazi Party. I had someone argue with me the other day about this, and I said, these Jews that people think they're not who you think they are. They're always like, oh, the Jews are God's people or whatever. I was like, the people that are God's people, there's a very small percentage of them left. The people that are going around saying they're God's people, these Jews, they are saying they're Jews and they're not. They're the ones that run Hollywood, the media. They're real big in the porn industry. Look at the names. Most of their names are Germanic or Polish. That's because after the Khazaria was wiped out by the Cossacks, which is actually my dad's people, they fled to the west. And when they landed in the west, Bessarabian, that's another type of people who claim that they are Germans, but they're actually Jewish Germans. And what it was a melding of German nobility, like the Rothschilds, who were Bessarabian. They joined, and of course you had the Boyars, who were Southern Bavarian, Bessarabian, Southern Bavarian, but they themselves are like I said, the warmongers. That particular group, they came from another part of Germany. The Rothschilds were originally Prussian. They were a mixture of Bessarabian and Prussian, and they were a clan that had fled a Turkic clan. They were Turkish in bloodline and nature, and they joined up with the fleeing Khazars, which it was an empire that encompassed part of Georgia, part of Russia, and part of Ukraine. And when you look at that region and what that is, it's been nothing but a hotbed of shit and chaos. And now Ukraine is being ethnically cleansed. Weird thing. Zelensky, who is a Khazaric Jew, he's part of that Khazaric mafia, and it is a mafia, believe me. And they are a vampiric bloodline, a reptilian vampiric bloodline. David Icke talks about this. He was put in there by the Biden administration, and I can tell you this right now: they are ethnically cleansing the Ukrainians out of eastern Ukraine, and they're using the Russian military to do it. This sounds insane, but the Russians, they kind of pushed and pushed and pushed until the Russians said, okay, you want it, you got it. There is a huge movement of neo-Nazis that are in Ukraine. I kid you not. This is the absolute truth. So what you have is the old guard, leftover Soviet empire, which is Putin. He is very much a product of the communist Soviet state. And then you have the neo-Nazis that fled after the war They took a toehold in Ukraine. They cut a deal. They cut a deal with Stalin, and guess what? People don't know this, but there are tons and tons of information that was let out after Perestroika. The Soviets released documents every year, and they're about 20, 25 years behind, but it keeps coming out, coming out, and coming out, and it's catching up. I think it's like every 6 months now. And if people would stop being lazy in the West and do some work and do some research and maybe try to learn a little more languages, the average European speaks, this is going to sound odd, but 3.5, I don't know how that works, but the average European speaks between 3 and 4 languages, put it that way. The average American speaks one language, and they don't even speak it well. And that is a sad, sad thing. But if you look at the rest of the world, they are all speaking multiple languages or multiple dialects of the same language, and we can't even speak one language. So I speak several because that's what's important. You have to be able to know these things. And I'm going to say this. If you don't understand this, I'm going to lay it out there for you. General Paulus was Field Marshal Paulus, of the leader of the 6th Army during World War II. He was taken as hostage. People believe that he just became a propaganda mouthpiece for the Communist Party. Listen to what I'm going to tell you. That is not true. Eventually, he was allowed to go home to East Germany, where he continued. He worked with the Stasi, and he was part of the German secret military police in East Germany. But he did something even more messed up and devious. He became the leader of a neo-Nazi group that never relinquished their allegiance to Nazism, and they took a hold in southern Ukraine, Belarus, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Now, why that is important, people say, why does it matter? And in Poland, because in the last 50 years, we have seen a resurgence of neo-Nazism across Europe, across Eastern Europe. The worst thing we could have ever done was stop Germany from crushing the Soviet Union, because my thinking is if you would have let Patton do what he wanted to do, was either kick their ass and then rearm them to take out the Soviet Union, get rid of Stalin and take out that corruption, cut out that dark heart, and the Iron Curtain never would have fallen over Europe. The worst thing we could have done was that. Or the second thing we could have done was let them kick the shit out of Russia, stop arming the Soviet Union, and then you go in, and after they're both beat to hell, you go in and you mop up what's left of the two bastards. You had two evil things going back and forth, but it was also a Jewish plot in nature. This is not anti-Semitism, because like I said, these are not really Jewish people. They are masquerading as Jewish people. And so what they're doing is they're using the Jewish people as a shield, and they're using the Holocaust as a shield. That is what it means. The word Rothschild means red shield. Do people understand what the color red represents? Read Hitler's book. I've read it. It's called Mein Kampf. Red means blood. It means blood. It means blood shield. The Rothschilds were the architects of the Holocaust. I'm telling you the absolute truth. This is the truth, and I might sound crazy as hell to some people because they're not red. They don't understand it. They don't speak German. They don't speak French. They don't speak Spanish. They don't speak any of these other languages, and they don't understand. They don't know Latin. They don't know Greek. They don't know Hebrew. They don't know Aramaic. They don't know Arabic. They don't know any of these languages. So somebody could come along and tell them anything, and they would buy it hook, line, and sinker because they don't understand. The reason that this is important is because I've predicted the last 6 wars that we've been in. I predicted the last 5 recessions. I predicted the housing bubble. I made money because Halliburton was evil, and I knew that the dipshits were in there, that they were the largest stockholders in the military-industrial complex, which was Cheney. I knew they were behind 9/11. I knew all of this shit, and so I made thousands of dollars during the war. Now, I'm not saying that that's good or bad to profiteer from it, just like with NVIDIA. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I made a lot of money from it. What people don't understand is when you grasp things, Jesus says we die for lack of knowledge. If you have the lack of knowledge and the ability and the application to use it. When I was a child, I was always fascinated by Solomon because he asked God for wisdom and God gave him wisdom and everything else. And I was not interested in the money or the gold or whatever. I wanted wisdom. wisdom, knowledge, that is what's important. Because with those things, you don't need all that other stuff. You can make all that other stuff. You can make your body strong. You can make your spirit strong. You can do everything you need to do. You can study, you can learn, you can grow. And with knowledge and wisdom begets power, and you can gain wealth. Wealth is a sucker's deal. If somebody put a magic box in front of me and said, you could have anything in the world you want, I already have my salvation through Christ. What else could there be? I have my family. I have my health. What do I want? I want knowledge. Give me knowledge, vast amounts of knowledge, because with that knowledge, I can use it to defeat my enemies. I can use it to defend the truth. I can use it to do every single thing in the entire universe that needs to be done because we die for lack of knowledge. The Holodomor, the Holocaust, the ethnic cleansing of the Armenians, everything that has happened bad in this world comes from ignorance. It comes from absolute ignorance. The cult of ignorance, like I said before, leads to one thing: the cult of death. Because if you look at the Aztecs, the ignorance of the Aztec people and allowing their priests to lead them down the road of human sacrifice led to their downfall. Because Cortez never would have been able to gather together the Tlaxcalans and the Tabascans and all the other groups of Indians to form an alliance with him and destroy the Aztec Empire utterly if they were not already killing everybody around them and including themselves. That is the situation. That is where we're at. And when you're sitting back and you're looking at this, turn it down. I cannot. Sorry. Whenever you sit back and you look at what these people are doing, you look at what's happening in the world, you look at Ukraine. Ukraine will now become another homeland, which it was already, at least in the East, for the Khazars. These Khazars do not care what happens to Israel. They don't care if it gets blown off the map. They are perfectly okay with giving it to as a sacrifice to their God. Their God that they've been worshiping for thousands of years, going all the way back, is Baal. Baal is also the son of Moloch. Or Moloch is the son of Baal. When either way, it's interchangeable. When you look at these beings and what they do, it says in 2 Timothy, we are not supposed to use the Star of David, because that is not the Star of David. That is the star of the temple of Remphan. Remphan, the six-pointed star. That is not supposed to be used. That is actually a metaphysical symbol. You see this in pyramids all the way in Gujarat, where the gypsies actually hail from. And they use that symbol, and get this, inside of the star in the middle pyramid of the six-pointed star is, guess what? A swastika. The swastika was actually a good symbol. It was a holy symbol used by ancient Tibetans and Buddhists to ward off evil. It was the symbol of the swirling sun, and it was also the symbol of the life-giving force of God. Now it has been turned into a bad symbol, but they say, oh, the Nazis perverted it. They turned it around. There is no right way or wrong way to turn it. It doesn't matter. So we've put up on a pedestal the good, the bad symbol, and take the good symbol down. That doesn't mean that the Nazis were good guys. It means that they chose a symbol that was good. And the Jews have actually chosen a symbol that was bad. But it is all based upon how you use these symbols.
But many books tell you symbolism is everything.
But symbolism is everything, yes. And so when you sit back and you look at what's happening, why did the bombing of Dresden, why was that so important? Well, because 250,000 poor Jews were murdered, turned to ashes. They killed them because those were actual people that were not a part of this conflict. And there was a Red Cross center set up in Dresden. I don't give a damn. Go read the redacted. If you get the information from the United States, it's redacted. But if you take the Soviet documents that actually exist, you can read this. This is the truth. They destroyed it, and even the Soviets themselves said we weren't going to be a part of it because they knew that they were going to get blamed for it. The British pointed guns literally at the Polish pilots themselves and forced them. This is a matter of fact. This is not up for debate. This is the truth. And they made them bomb Dresden into ash. And they said that it was because they had weapons there, which to this day they can never prove. Oh, like Saddam, who had mass destruction weapons that never existed either by the corrupt, evil Bush family, which a lot of people now, I'm not saying this is me, but a lot of people are saying that they were behind the Trump attempt on the assassination. Why not? The Bushes and the Clintons have been in this together.
Clinton.
They're literally like crime families, and they've been working with the Khazar crime families and a lot of these extremist fundamentalists. ISIS, another evil organization, which absolutely works lockstep with these governments of the world to hit targets, to hit prime targets of Christian and Islamic nations.
That's who Obama donated money to, was
He
ISIS.
gave the money to create ISIS. They actually are literally a wing, an arm of the shadow government. What people don't understand, though, watch what's going to happen in the Middle East. They do not care what happens to the people of Israel or the nation of Israel. It will be wiped out, and that's what their plan is, to make them their return to their homeland of Khazaria, a Turkish land. It was a Turkic people. It was founded literally by people of Turkish bloodline, everything. And then they interbred with the Europeans and the Slavs all around them, and they became something else. And of course, the rise of the six families. And so, this is what we're talking about, what we are dealing with. When you get into now, we'll get into the chimeric nature of what these things are. Not only do they represent a evil bloodline of humans, but I'm going to take it a step further. There is an evil bloodline of the Vril. The Vril are a royal reptilian bloodline that binds them together with European, Asiatic, uh, uh, Jewish, all these different bloodlines come together to create what they are. The royal family, literally, millions of people have accused them of this over the years, and hundreds of people have claimed to have seen them shape-shifting. Now, people say, oh, you're crazy, Josh. You're talking about all this other crazy, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Remember, when I was a kid, I had an epiphany. Just like when you were a child, you were taken in by a bruja, and she used you for your ojo dotado. My eye was different. I saw these things, but I asked God to be able to see. I didn't want to see ghosts. I didn't want to look at these things. They were demonic, evil, but sometimes I saw things that looked like angels. What I saw was I had the ability to discern. And when you could discern things, you can see. You can see into the future. You can see into the past. You can see, you can look beyond the stars, and you can see what's going to happen. Now, I was born as a 7 life path, 7/14/75 at 7 a.m. What does that tell you? Every 7 you have makes you a stronger spiritual teacher. Eventually, you find your calling, and you're like, this is what I got to do. Because Jesus said we die for lack of knowledge. And that has been my mission. That's been my goal. This is what I've been trying to do for so long, was to teach people and make them come to the realization. And that is why people have come to me. I believe it's something that has been in my future. It's been in my past. It's been in my present. It's where I'm at. It's where I'm going. And it's what I'm going to do. And people are going to keep coming to me. And these people can try all they want to stop what's happening. Now, do I think that I will succeed? I don't know how many people I reach, but every time I reach someone, it's another goal that's reached, because every person that comes out of the ignorance of darkness will no longer be sacrificed to the cult of death. That's my stance. That's,
But go beyond that. Tell them the Bible is it's not complete. It
it's
is,
very incomplete.
and what does it say? My people suffer for the lack of knowledge. It says seek knowledge. Solomon
Seek knowledge, yes.
was praised, was about wisdom, but then why are we told that the tree of knowledge was off him?
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Now, when you go to the book of Genesis, the problem I have is that the tree of knowledge is considered like a bad thing. Why would God, this is another issue I have with that. Why would God tell you not to seek knowledge? Why is that? It doesn't make sense. Also, the omnipotent creator of the universe doesn't need people to watch anything. He knows all, he sees the beginning, and he sees the end. He has created all things, and nothing is hidden from him. And if he is in the highest levels, if you just take Michio Kaku, the scientist, and if you take string theory, 11 dimensions, if God sits in the highest level of heaven, the one true living God, the Father of Christ, why would he need any of this? Why would he need to create us to worship him? Deities, beings, little g gods need worship. They need you to worship them, to give them your energy. They need supplication. They need these things. They needed blood sacrifice, because Jesus says the blood is the life. But the one true living God, the Most High, who sits above all the heavens, because there are multiple heavens, he doesn't need any of that. That's not what he needs. He needs you to connect with him. When you can cast away the self of physical and this imprisonment and everything else that it's been thrown at you, that's calcified your pineal gland, fluoride and glyphosate and 5G and every other possible thing they could throw at you. When you cast off all of that, you can connect with the universal creator, the one true living God, the mind that created Christ, the Son of God. They came down to save us and pull us out of what the Hindus call the Kali Yuga. Now, the Muslims have something that the Christians don't. They understand the 7 levels of heaven. What they don't understand is that there is a God, the main true living God, that exists above the 7th heaven. The one. Yes, that is the one. What people don't grasp, and it is lack of knowledge, is that every book on earth, every holy book in the world is telling you the same thing, and they're all right, but they're all incomplete. That is the nature of reality. That is the problem. We don't understand why things are the way they are. I laid it out there for you in our physical world, as is above, as is below, and it'll all come to fruition. It'll all come to pass, and eventually people are going to look back and go, "Oh, well, maybe Josh Turner wasn't as crazy as we thought he was," because this is all going to manifest itself on a spiritual level. Yeah, or my crazy wife. Or Crazy Abe or whatever, because people are it's gonna be a reckoning, and Jesus will
I've seen some of the
absolutely.
things, man, that you're talking about, like what Sister Nelly was talking about. I remember there was this sergeant. Well, he's already out of the military, and he was working for those machines you put food in. And we were talking, and I was telling him I was he seen my patch that I was in Operation Desert Storm, and he said he used to be in the military. He said that he had a son after coming back from war, and when he gave birth to the son, the wife gave birth to the son, he was born dead, and that the baby that he freaked out when he seen him because he was purple and green,
Oh wow.
and the government came and confiscated the son, that they couldn't even give him a burial.
Mm-mm.
So it's like he freaked out what he seen. So they confiscated the dead body, and they never got to bury him. And he
Wow.
was crying about that when he was telling me that story. That's messing with with those shots that they gave us from over there. There's a lot of people that their children were born like that, dead. They were calling them uh, desert store babies or something like that.
Mhm.
And I think it had to do with those shots. That they did something. I was
Take
kind
a
of
trip
like
at your
afraid
very good
to
point.
have any children there for a long time when I heard those stories. So I waited.
Yeah, and one of the things that we're going to start seeing come to pass, like after World War I. Speaking on that, after World War I, you got people that were coming back who had been attacked by nerve gas. Now that had never happened
Yep.
before. People didn't understand what mustard gas was and what it was doing. They didn't understand the effects on the human body, and they didn't understand how lethal. We saw the very beginnings of armored warfare. We saw the very beginnings of machine gun warfare, which came to a head in World War II. All the different wars that have happened since World War II were all due to blunders that we made. That was a big mistake. Germany and Japan were actually fighting every enemy that we had to deal with after World War II. Now, hear me out. Japan was fighting China, which became a big problem, and we fought them. Chosin Reservoir, Korean War. They were fighting Korea. That's another one that we ended up having a lot of problems with. Of course, that's why there's the no go zone. That's why there's the parallel and everything. North Korea, South Korea, all that. I could get into it. Vietnam, another war zone. South and North Vietnam. That would never have happened. So you have 3 hot zones right there that never would have taken place. Then you have the Middle East, which is another place that this would have never happened. Serbia became a big enemy. Of course, they were a huge ally of the Soviet Union and one of the most rabid communist countries in the Soviet bloc. None of these wars would have taken place had we have followed World War II. We would have done what we were supposed to do. And I could say this with all 100% certainty. World War II was an unnecessary war. There was no threat to the United States from those two countries. Now, do I agree? Do I think that they were good? No, I do not. And do I believe that eventually we should have stopped them? Yes. But after they were spread thin and stretched out beyond what they could, because these smaller countries like Germany and Japan cannot sustain that. The Soviets, we should have helped them after the attack on the Soviet Union. We should have let them duke it out, and we should not have allowed the Krupps to do what they do and arm both of those countries. If we would have stopped the armament of those countries, of those warfaring countries, by the Krupps, we could have nipped it in the bud before the wars even began. And what I mean by that is allowing them to have enough armament and enough weapons to fight those particular countries that were going to be a problem. This is from a very pragmatic, not even a moral, whatever. It's just a pragmatic look at it from the United States point of view. We had no strategic value in that war. None. Patrick Buchanan actually wrote a book called The Unnecessary War, and people claimed that he was a Nazi sympathizer for saying that. I've been declared that too, but I've also been declared some sort of communist because I said what I said about Dresden and how the Soviets were in the right for not attacking them. Now, I'm not saying that these were not evil regimes. They all should have been knocked out and dealt with. But there were ways to deal with them, and giving them shitloads of weapons is not the freaking answer. This was
What do you think is
absolute lunacy.
their ultimate goal? I mean, of all the things that have been happening
I'll tell you.
throughout the centuries, what is the ultimate goal? Because I know there've been religious wars from way
Mhm.
back in the day, right? So what is
Yeah.
the ultimate goal? We're talking about the one God. What is their ultimate goal? What are they trying to accomplish?
Well, the ultimate
What is
goal is the ultimate goal is a Luciferian counterstrike. Get this, against God Himself. And I know, as crazy as that sounds, listen to what Abe Finkelstein says. Kim's calling. Did you want to? Oh, go ahead. Nellie wants to tell you. I don't know. You can put your phone up.
I don't know. Can you hear me, Dave?
yes,
I think the ultimate goal is because how they say that it's a spiritual war.
yes.
Okay, so think about that. It's not a war of how many souls one side or will get. It's how many of the light, what am I trying to say? Like the good.
I think what we talked about the other day was
Yeah.
it's not about it's not what people think it is.
Yeah.
There's not one big overall boogeyman that's just by himself trying to lead, and everybody's in these rank and file, because the darkness, the evil in and of itself, does not do that. When you look at World War II, it's a prime example of it. What World War I and World War II were two things. They were strategic stepping stones, but it was also a sacrifice. That's why the Krupps are where they're at. They build military, they sell weapons, and they do what they do. They are one of the six families. One of the families is about pharmaceuticals and stuffing you full of drugs and getting you addicted and destroying your brain. Another one is for programming, TV programming, and having things put into your mind and pumped into your brain. So you'll vote a certain way, you'll think a certain way. It is the precursor, or it was, to MK Ultra that ultimately became a wing and an arm of that. The other family is all about political. It's a politicized whatever, blah 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 blah. And another one is natural resources and wealth, and of course international finance. These are. These families, they are pretending to be of Jewish bloodline, but what they really are is a reptilian bloodline, mixed with the Asiatic kings, in particular the second Han dynasty, spread by the Khans, their bloodline into Eastern Europe, and from Eastern Europe it was spread by Khazaric Jews, Ashkenazi Jews, and there's that word Ashkenazi. The word Nazi is actually in there. Now, Hitler, like I said before, he was Jewish. His family was Ashkenazi. He was a plant that was sent by the Weimar Republic, which was actually under the control of the Allies. Otto and Gregor Strasser created the Nazi movement, even right down to the swastika, which was a symbol that was used on some of the Germanic and Italian planes during World War One, but they weren't on the same team, oddly enough, right? What's really weird about the whole thing was that Germany, with less allies and less help, nearly won World War One. They defeated Russia in World War One. But then you had this movement of communism that cropped up because the Germanic powers somehow, some way, were able to export communism to Russia to literally cripple it. And that is the story as it goes, right? Bullshit. This was all orchestrated and done by the six families that they control everything. Their union is called Blackstone. If you think I'm joking, take a look. Blackstone, they own everything. Everything else is like a subsidiary of Blackstone. And one of the families that controls the media is called the Redstones. And Sumner Redstone was one of the biggest, most powerful. And the leaders of these families are all related. Even Bill Gates is one of them. He's a Rockefeller. The Rockefellers, their job was education, but they all dabbled in commercial international finance and all these other types of finances. And it all kind of blends together. They all kind of blend together. Science, the Oppenheimers, look at what they did. Now, these Nazi scientists that ended up coming over here, Operation Paperclip and all that. Oh, how did that happen? They got away with no, because they were all a part of it. When Adolf Eichmann got drugged before by the Mossad when they captured him and he got taken to Israel, he kept repeating, look at what he was saying. In that trial, he repeated over and over again that he did it at their behest. He said, this is a show trial. I'm a Zionist. I was working for you. And now you put me on trial to kill me. I'm the sacrificial lamb. He was saying all these crazy things. And people were like, oh, he was crazy. He was a Nazi. The Nazis were not stupid. They might have been crazy, but they weren't stupid people. They were very organized and they knew what they were doing. And they were working lockstep with the Rothschilds and the rich, fake Jewish families. They were doing what they did at the behest of those families because they were told, get this, like Saddam Hussein, it's okay. You can take over the Sudetenland. It's okay. You can invade Poland, which they did with the Soviet Union, and England declared war on Germany, but not Russia because it was all a ruse. They knew it. They knew it. And then they said, oh, it's okay. You want to take over Denmark and the Low Countries? Go ahead. Conquer the Low Countries, Dutch, the Netherlands and Belgium and all that. They were called the Low Countries because they're below sea level. When he conquered all of those countries, then they said, oh, go ahead and fight France too. Okay, now we're going to do something about it. And then it was too little too late. But the powers that be, it was all a game. They already knew the game. They knew what was going to happen. The reason that this is important is because that's a dress rehearsal for what's coming. You do not understand the powers that be and how sneaky and how determined they are to thin the herd, thin the herd, thin the herd, and then cripple people. Whenever there's a really bad recession or a depression, war gets us out of it. Then there's a cycle that takes place, and then that cycle leads to the cult of ignorance, cult of death, which keeps on perpetuating itself. Ultimately, their goal, and I'm telling you the absolute truth, is that these Luciferians really believe that the light bearer, the rebel, the one that was cast in the abyss and was spit back out and defied God and was kicked off the throne, Jesus says, I saw him fall to the earth like lightning, which connects him to the Shaitan. I don't care what anybody says, he was Satan. He was and is a Shaitan. The Hashatan, as the Jews say. He was one of the evil fallen. He was the real original rebellious angel. Now, this is not the same one. This is not Azazel or Samyaza. Two different things. And Samyaza and Azazel are not the same. Now, some people say one was a leader and the other one wasn't. There's different stories, different versions. Doesn't matter. They're all bad. They're all evil. Those beings are locked up in various places. Some are below the Euphrates River. Some are locked up in different planets like Saturn and Jupiter. Look at that black cube on the top of the planet. That is a prison. Bahut is another prison. That's how you say it in Arabic, Bahut. Dude, this is crazy. You got to understand something. Somebody says my mic is messed up. I'm sorry if my mic is messed up.
I can still hear you. I can still hear you.
Yeah, because I can't get on the link that you sent me was only for the phone. This is why we got to get you on the computer, and because we can do this at night, and I can jump on with you and do it through the computer. I can't do anything with this. It's just a phone.
Yeah. Is that they were cutting some branches, and I think they messed up my Wi-Fi. So I'm waiting for the people to come fix it tomorrow. So I had to do it live on my phone. They were doing some. They're recuperating from the tornado that hit us, and they were cutting some branches, and they messed up my freaking internet. So I'm just going off my phone.
So can you guys hear me now? Let's see if they can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
So Chris
You were just sounding far away.
Actually, that's correct. They correspond with angels. Now, here is what I'm going to tell you. Those stars are actually stars. They are real, actual stars, but they are also angels. Now, that's a very weird subject, and it's very deep. But you got to understand something. Each angel corresponds to a different star system. Now, there are some people that believe that those star systems, each one, has its own God, and that those are actually just angels that answer to the one true living God. Now, people say I'm talking like it's a fishbowl. That's not good.
I can still hear you, man.
Yeah, I don't know why people are saying it's not. But yeah, my hand is not near the mic, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I can hear you. It's like somebody is interrupting the live feed, so you won't be able to talk.
Yeah.
That's what it seems like to me.
But anyway, I'm sitting here trying to say these things and get to reach the people of what we're talking about here. And I believe when now let's break it down. When you go back and people are saying, "Hey, this is like a distant fishbowl," I guess it's not going to work. The sound isn't going to work. But I'll jump out and try to come back in and see if that.
Okay. Well, brother Josh got it going on tonight. He's on fire. Man, so many things that we can think about the past. The only thing I know is I have to maintain my love foundation and place Jesus Christ first, man. It's gonna get crazy.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, so if you guys can't hear me, let me know, because then it's just a waste of
No,
time.
I can hear you.
So I guess what I can do is I'll just switch it over here. That's my
Let me
computer.
see.
Or maybe I can take off the and then I could just, because I don't want to see my face just be like right up on it or whatever. So maybe I can take
I'm
off.
away from my phone. My phone is like way over here.
All right. So if you guys can hear me, the point of this is not just ranting and raving like a lunatic. What I'm telling you is the absolute truth. And this is something that if I try to talk about, people, they flip out and they lose their collective minds, because I've been saying this for a long time. And I've been trying to wake people up to the reality to the real true reality of what's happening, what's going on. What they don't understand is we've been played, and we've been played, and it just keeps happening and it keeps happening, and everybody wants to put in their 2 cents. The problem is that they haven't looked at the big picture. They don't see what I see. They don't see what others like me are seeing, and what people are screaming like, "Hey, this is happening." Economics is a very real thing, and it doesn't matter whether you like it or not. It is a fact of life that you have to have money to survive. And what I have told people many times is that there is a right way and a wrong way to approach the economy. What we are doing now in the United States is the equivalent. It's insane to me. It is the equivalent of economic suicide. You might as well take a gun and just pull the trigger. I mean, and put it to your head, because it's unbelievable how ridiculous these people are. And some of them are so blind and so stupid that now they want to turn the country over to a person who has no experience in anything other than lying and jumping into bed with people. And I am
And they're
sitting here
affiliated
going,
with a was it Moloch? With Moloch,
yeah,
some of those
yeah,
people.
that's what these people are. And so when you look at all of these people, and why is all of Hollywood doing what they're doing? Well, for one thing, they're satanic and they're vampires. And if you look at who they serve, their God, who uses those symbols that I was talking about, literally the temple of Remphan. Remphan, to me, I believe, was a Canaanite king. They lived for 30,000 years because they were eight. I don't care what anyone says. The word is the Anunnaki. They were kings that lived thousands of years, and they used the blood of their people to live. They drank their blood. This is what they did. This was in the time of the Dwarpa Yuga when that was done. Now, the Temple of Remphan was built in honor of his great great grandfather, which was of the same bloodline, Malak, who is still alive as a spirit. His son and his grandson, Baal. What people don't understand is that these beings have a bloodline and it keeps going on and on and on. And these kings that lived for 30,000 years, this is the absolute truth. They were of a reptilian bloodline. That's why so many of these demons look like reptiles, and they have spread that bloodline. Why do you think that everybody in the presidency is related to Charlemagne? Because he has that ancient alien reptilian bloodline. And these people have interbred, and they have created an entire race of beings who believe that it is their duty to rule over us and control us and tell us what we're supposed to believe, what we're supposed to eat, what we're supposed to drink. Hell, they want to know when we take a piss
Kind of
or a
like the
shit.
Watchers were doing back in the day. Like
Pretty
the
much the
Watchers were
same thing.
doing
Yeah, that was their
same
ancestors.
thing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so what ends up happening and what's going to happen, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. And you have to get off of the wheel of Dharma and get out of this situation. And people are not equipped with this. What they don't understand is what we're seeing with these beings, all these encounters that are pouring in. What these are is the prelude to what's coming. These beings are literally their shock troops. And I'm telling people this is what I honestly believe. They are inner earth beings. There is something going on between these beings. There is a deal that was struck. Now, when I was going back to General Paulus, who was captured, the Sixth Army was encircled and captured. He was used to create a neo-Nazi inner circle in Ukraine. And those people to this day are still there. And those are the people who are actually fighting the Soviets. And guess what? They've been rearmed by the same cabal. They've armed everybody for every war that's been fought since before the Franco-Prussian War. I mean, it is unbelievable. They armed the Austrians with inferior guns, and they armed the Prussians with superior guns because it is a Prussian family. That's why. And what they did was use those to deadly effect, and they united Germany. And then under the Germanic unification, which is what they ultimately wanted, they wanted control of Germany because it was a Central European power. It was the best place to establish a power base. It was the best place to have control. So they stayed in Berlin and they did what they did, and they gave their power to this beast, right? The economic financial institutions, the foundations of the very roots of everything. And as Jesus said, that money, the love of money, is the root of all evil. These people did all of this for money because money leads to what? Power. With power, they have been able to rape this world of every ounce of its dignity, every ounce of self respect. People will sell out and do the most horrific things. They will do things that aren't fit for animals as long as you pay them. They will debase themselves. Shame is gone. So self respect is out the window. Nobody gives a crap. People lie, they commit fraud, they hoax, and they do it in the name of God, and they don't care about the afterlife. They act like it doesn't exist. And they think what is in this simple matrix, which is an actual counterfeit of the real world, they believe that this is all there is, and they're okay with it. Well, you don't live that long. You're going to die, and you're going to end up in a very bad place. I
Yep.
can't tell you exactly where you're going to go, but I can tell you it's going to be a very unpleasant place of
The
torment.
the tormentors are gonna be waiting for them.
Yeah,
They show me where they're at, and they show me what they can do. And it's not a place to be. It's not going to be a vacation. It's a place of torture. Uh, they're going to be your flesh is going to come off and come on, come off and come on. It's an everlasting torture.
yeah. And it doesn't matter what people believe, that you can believe what you want. The power of belief is only going to take you so far. You do have the power of belief while you're still within the physical body to manifest what is righteousness, what is good, what is correct. And like Jesus says, love can overcome a multitude of sins. Even these people who are attacking me, even these people who've committed the most egregious sins against me and my family, I've already forgiven them, because that's what I have to do. I know that they have lied. I know that they have deceived, and they have been doing horrible, horrible things. But in the big scheme of things, it doesn't matter to me. They're not going to derail what we are doing. They're not going to stop the message. And will I be destroyed? Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. But ultimately, my soul, I fully believe, will be lifted up and used by God for whatever purpose He has for me. Do I believe in heaven and hell? Yes, I do. Do I live my life to go to one or not the other? No, I do not. I don't think about hell or heaven when I make my decisions. I do what I think is right. And then God will take care of the rest, because that is true faith in God. These people that are doing these things, they don't care about God. That's the problem. And therefore, that's why they don't care about the afterlife, because if they really cared about God, they would know that if they were doing right, they will go to the place where they need to go. Their actions show me that they do not care about that. They don't
Yep.
care about the eternal
Their
soul.
actions by being wicked and doing the bad thing they're doing, they're showing what they're affiliated with. They're
Absolutely.
just blasphemy, using
Mhm.
God as just as a or scripture when they're not truly about love or forgiveness.
Mhm.
They're just dwelling in negativity, trolling people, and saying bad things. And that's what they're about. It goes by your works, right?
Yeah, and the thing is too, but just good works doesn't get you into heaven. Jesus says that I am the only way to the Father. So if you want to return to the Father, which is who is in heaven, then you need to do this, and that is to ask Christ into your heart, forgive you for your sins, to say that prayer of salvation and fully mean it, and be on that side, be on the side of righteousness, and do what is right, do what is good, do what is needed, do what is necessary, and stop the madness that is coming. Because if we all work together, if we were to work together, these people will not have an easy road with what they're doing. Instead, they're just rolling all over us. And if God says, if you turn your face to us, or turn your face to me, we will heal your land. But people don't want that. These people literally want to bring about the worst parts of the Bible. And I'm not joking. They actually want to see Bible prophecy fulfilled before its time, and they want to see the seven seals open, and they want to see this all come to pass, and they want the rapture to come, and they actually want to see Israel be decimated. And I'm not joking. Even these fake Jews, they don't care about Israel. They don't give two spits about it. It's nothing to
Yes,
them.
sir. Prayer is important for us to stay strong, man, spiritually, because it is literally a battle between good and evil.
That's right. It really is. And we could go on and on and on about it, but that is what it is. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. They won't win. It's impossible for them to win. But if you go and you listen to this maniac who's been dead since 2012, Abe Finkelstein, one of these Khazars, he literally comes out and he says that we are going to fight God. That's what he said. Their agenda is that they are Luciferians and that they will fight God. He says that they kidnap children on a massive scale and that they kill them and they sell them to slaughter plants that use them in fast food like McDonald's. In particular, he
Oh wow,
mentions McDonald's. He mentions that. So
that's where
if
the borders are open, and the borders are open.
yeah,
They've been doing that for a long time,
mhm,
man.
it's all
As far
part
as I
of
can
it.
remember.
Mhm. Yeah. Bunches and bunches and bunches of cases around the world of McDonald's, they're finding human DNA in their meat. What do you think that is? People are crazy. And then in the McRib, why is the McRib one of their best sellers that they have ever had is only seasonal? Because pork and human flesh are very similar. And they can use the human flesh in the McRib. I'm not joking. I would hazard to guess if you take the McRib, I bet you anything, it's mixed. It's probably mixed with pork, but I guarantee you it has human DNA in it. To take it to a chemist, if they'll look at it and see what they say. How many people are doing that? Instead, they're just gobbling them up because they don't want to think about it and they don't want to know. And as Abe Finkelstein says, we're feeding you your children for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And people don't believe. And he even mocks in one of the interviews. He says, no one's going to believe you. Nobody's going to believe you. No, it doesn't matter what we do. We can do whatever we want. And yeah, that's the thing. And Morgan says McDonald's meat is made of pink slime. Yes, that is the chicken, which I hazard to guess probably has human flesh in it too. I'm going to say this, and you take it for what it is, for whatever you want to believe. If you don't want to believe it, don't believe it. But there are a lot of people who have come out and said this, not just him. It's just that he was so brazen about it, and everybody believes, well, they wouldn't be talking so brazen about it if it really happened. This is what he said. Okay. He also went on to say that the Twin Towers was an inside job, and one of his friends, one of these other Khazars, actually was involved in the destruction of the towers, and it was all planned out, and it was orchestrated, and they made a bunch of money off of it, and it killed bunches of people, and it allowed their buddies, Bush and Cheney, to get into the war with Iraq. And to knock that country over and to steal all of these artifacts that they wanted from the museum and to make a bunch of money at the same time. These people don't throw one stone and hit one target. They throw a stone and they hit 12 targets at one time. They orchestrate this stuff and they pull the wool over our eyes, and it's getting easier and easier for them because more and more stupid people are being born and being brainwashed into this world. And it's getting harder and harder and harder to escape this matrix that we're in. Now, it says that is going to happen in every holy book on earth. It says, hey, things are going to get harder and harder and harder. But the good thing is, in the time of the Kali Yuga, it is the easiest time to transcend, because if one can see through the mirage, you can gain really quickly enlightenment. And the enlightenment is the prayer that asks Christ to come into your heart. And I'm not joking about that. I'm being dead serious. That is the absolute truth, because the Holy Spirit, God's divine spirit, came here. They sent Jesus to bring us out. He is the bridge. He is the only bridge between humans and the other side that will get you to the Father. There are a lot of people that are false prophets. They will come in Jesus' name, and they will say that they stand in the gap and that they're the prophet and that they're this and they're that. There are no more prophets. Jesus was it. That is it. He is the fulfillment. He is the one. He is the one that will take you to the other side. And all these other people either use him and his name or they're lying. It's as simple as that. There is nobody else. Now, you can die and come back, but is that what you want? Because I do believe in that. People don't understand that. Those are also books that were taken out of the Bible. Let me tell you something. You don't want to return. You don't want to stay on the wheel of Dharma. You want to get off and you want to go with Christ, who will take you to the Father. The worst thing that will ever happen to you in your entire existence is for Jesus to say, be gone from me, I never knew you. Because if he tells you that, I never knew you, you're damned. You're doomed. And there's nothing you can do about it. So before it's too late, you need to understand this. And these Khazars, they curse Jesus with every breath. They follow the Pharisaic viewpoint. They believe that he is an apostate and a heretic only as far as their money goes. The others are actually taught that from birth. But you got to understand something. When people are taught something from birth, they believe it until they don't. And so there is still redemption and hope, and you pray for those who do that. You never stop praying for them. So that is it. I mean, that's what I'm telling you right now.
Amen.
Yeah. So that's all I had to say about that.
Yeah, I see a lot of things. Like when I go to the VA, they have to follow me around, and I run into these people dressed all in black, and it's like I guess they know my past of what happened to King Daughters Hospital when I crossed over. What got me back was the love I have for my son. I was asked, "What do you shouldn't?" I was asked what I want. I said, "I want to be with my son." So I got blessed to come back into my son's life. Or else he wouldn't see me. He was like 3 years old, and I've been here all these years. He's already 23. So I'm just trying to do my best to do my spiritual works, try to help out people spiritually here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. But I really appreciate you, Brother Josh, for coming in tonight. You have a lot of wisdom and knowledge, and I know that Heavenly Father got a higher purpose for you because all the things you said tonight, I really never looked into. I guess in my life, I had to grow up at a young age, at the age of 15, and I started working
Mhm.
at 16.
Me too.
Education was out of the window for me because I was too worried about just living life, working, raising my brothers and sisters. So all this tonight, you said a lot of things that I wouldn't even imagine or think about, and which that's going to help me out. That I know that the battle of the balances between good and evil. There's a lot that you just spoke tonight. That besides the things that I already deal with, all these other things are people that are in the flesh that are here trying to do evil works on earth. Which I knew
Hmm.
there was some or a lot. And I just didn't know it was that big of a, what should I say? When they say when it's going to be like going into the path. It's like an eye of a needle. The only
Yeah.
certain people are going to make it.
Hmm. Yeah, and when you look at like people now, what they want is instant gratification, and they want to make heaven on earth, and they want their life to be easy and soft and nice. That is not what happens in this world. Your life is not going to be that. This is a world of suffering. This is a world of sadness and sorrow. It is an imperfect world, which is another reason why I don't believe the way that people say, oh, God created this, this, and that. It was created by God, but not in the way they think it was. Or God wouldn't be trying to pull us out. He wouldn't have had to send Jesus to pull us out, to fix this mess, because this was a counterfeit. And I'm telling you right now, this is the Matrix. The CIA has released documents that says that. So did the Soviets. They discovered that. Nikolai Kozyrev and his mirror discovered that this was the Matrix. This is a simulation, and it gets more and more in depth. That's why the Mandela effect exists, because it's not perfect.
You
You
see
can't.
those pictures that I took from the woods that it looks like a stairs and
Mhm.
it looks like a matrix. I
What
seen
they're
where I got
saying.
some pictures. It looks like a matrix, and you can see like a location of a building, but it's somewhere else. And all throughout the picture is like different locations. It's like it's weird, but I've been noticing that.
Yeah, yeah, and people are going to see it more and more and more, and people are going to dream dreams and have visions, and it's going to come to pass. And these people, these fools that are causing all these problems, they're the class clowns. They're trying to distract you from what you need to learn.
Yeah,
Here at Paranormal Roundtable, we're going to keep doing what we do. We're going to keep bringing people's encounters and trying to bring people closer to the true living God, the Father of Christ, the one who will save us from all of this mess, the one that you need to be paying attention to, the one that sits above the highest heaven, not the God of this world, who Jesus tells us is Satan, the Shaitan. That's who they are. They're evil. They're bad. They're not going to get you where you need to be. These other people can keep following the devil and go all the way to hell with them for all I care. It doesn't matter. And if there are those who claim that they are Christians, they need to get right with God, and they need to stop attacking their fellow Christians if they are really Christians, which I really hazard to guess that they are not because of the things that they do. Jesus says
that's very
to
true,
those
brother.
people that are fake, the fake ones, he says, you're of your father, Shaitan, and you're of the synagogue of Shaitan. That's what you are. and they're reprobates, and they're willing to do anything and to destroy, and they want to see the Holy Land burn. They absolutely do. These evil people would love nothing more than to see the Holy Land actually get nuked. And I'm not joking. I'm being dead serious. This is what they want. This is their goal, because that is the land of Jesus. And these fake Jews, you know what they're going to do? Return to the land of Khazaria, where they came from. You think I'm joking? And the absolute destruction of what's left of the race of Christ, which also includes the Palestinians, believe it or not, whether you want to hear it or not. 48% of them are actually Christian. I can't speak to the Muslim extremists. I'm not down with them. But I can tell you this: they are killing the Christians as fast as they can make them over there in the Middle East. And I'm not joking. And they're doing it in Egypt. They're doing it in all these different places, in Yemen, and it's happening in Israel. It's happening in Palestine. I'm not joking. And believe it or not, it's this the governments over there. They're all conspiring together to wipe out Christianity. You think I'm joking? You think I'm kidding? So
They're doing it
everybody,
here in the
pay
United
attention.
States, trying to get us to believe in Jesus Christ.
That's
Trying
right.
to
They
take
want to
God
destroy you.
out of the schools, and they've been doing it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm not
Even
calling
in the
anyone to do
army, they got those
this.
non-denominational,
Yeah,
chaplains. They're not even about religion.
yeah.
It's crazy.
So I'm gonna run, Abe, but I'll see you tonight. You'll be on the show tonight. We're gonna talk about tulpas
Yes.
and egregores, and we're
Thank you,
gonna
Brother
talk
Judge,
about yeah.
for enlightening us here tonight. You had a lot of wisdom and knowledge. We appreciate you here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. A lot of things you were saying make sense, man. Because I was just imaging the things that I remember when I was in the military, the things that I've seen, like the when we talk about reptilians. When my grandmother died, I seen like something crawling on the ground that looked like a reptilian, and
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a lot of things that I can relate to what you're saying. But I want to say thank you
Yeah,
for for enlightening us here, man, sharing all this wisdom and knowledge, and all of the trolls and the people coming up against the Turners. If you are truly our brothers in Christ, well, we should not be fighting anymore
we
and get
shouldn't be
along
fighting.
together.
Mm-hmm. But the
Unite.
problem is that they're not gonna stop, because this is what they want. You know,
Yeah,
they're of their father Satan and of the synagogue of Satan. They could change my mind like that by
yeah,
leaving me alone and walking away and say, I forgive you.
exactly.
Please forgive me. I will forgive them, and I will turn my back, never to turn and face them again in any harsh way. But when they're calling my wife the B word
Yeah,
and calling
yeah,
my friends the B word, they're attacking you. They're attacking me. They're attacking my
yeah,
nephew. They're attacking young lady Madeline. They're attacking
yes,
Krista Tweedy. When they're attacking these people, and they're doing and saying what they're doing and saying, and they're dragging people's names that are deceased through the mud, and they're
but-
still running the con. As long as they're doing these things, there can never be peace. But
yeah,
I will continue to do what I'm doing. Paranormal Round Table, folks, check it out. Abe will be up there tonight. He's my compadre. We're always on there. He's like my hermano, and we always bring the truth to you. So we're going to do it again tonight. We'll have hopefully Monica Rollins, and we know Joe Breezy will be there. Breezy Speakeasy, he'll be there. He's another guy with a
yeah,
lot of knowledge, man. We got to pray for Brother Joe. He's been through a lot. And Monica's been doing a lot with her channel. She had Chris Garitano, a very dear friend of ours, good guy who was at my conference. Great dude, and was on her show last night. I missed it. I had to do a lot of work, and I just got to take a break or whatever. Pray for me. I'm moving and trying to get into the new house, and probably have to have you come, Abe, and help bless that place so we can get it clean and have a good fresh start. And
yes,
I'm going to give you a couple of mastiffs, and I'm going to train them. I'm going to raise them, and I'm going to teach them the gospel. And I know that sounds crazy, but you're even supposed to teach the gospel to the animals because they feel
yes.
it in their heart. That's right. I know that sounds crazy, but
Taking sense. What's around
yeah,
spiritually?
that's right. I love animals. I'm an animal lover. I've always been an animal lover. Sometimes they come on the show. They're looking over there right now, trying to. If that door was open, they'd be running up in here. Um, but yeah, so we'll get together, and then we got some investigations going on. I did talk to my friends at Black Sheep Boxing and Muay Thai. Really good friends of mine. My friend is the catch wrestling / jiu-jitsu coach there. He's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. His name is Christopher Bubba Flores. They call him the Chainsaw Mexican. He is a hell of a fighter. I've known him for years and years and years. We first started training together way back in 1999 with a guy that was training out of the Pete Militich system. Oh, a Lions Den and Pete Militich. But I'm going to be doing a joint promotion with them. And one of the things you can do on Rumble is have multiple channels under the same channel or whatever. You can have multiple, I forgot what it's called, different. So, like, you can have one channel, but you can have like different parts. And so, one of the parts is going to be a fight channel. We're going to be, doing some promotions, some cross promoting with the fighters that he has. And he's got some guys that are coming up that are pretty good. I have a lot of friends that are doing mixed martial arts, which I coach boxing and mixed martial arts and did all kinds of stuff like that for years. So that's one thing I'm going to do. And then another channel I'm going to try and build. I don't know how I'm going to go about doing it, but it's going to be about being an adult and what it takes to be an adult. And that's how to be a good man and do things like save money, how to skin a deer, different things like that, things that you will need that are practical things that you may need for what's coming, the coming
to
upheaval
survive.
to survive. We may even go into different types of guns, and I'll tell you about these different guns and why you need them or why you don't need them. We will be talking about economics and how to make money, how to save money, and how to accumulate wealth, and what you need to do to survive in the coming what's coming, and also different types of supplements and how to stay healthy, things that people need, practical things that you will need in your day-to-day life. I'm going to call it like how to be an adult or adulting 101. These are things that people need to know. Okay. And right down to the type of animal that you should use to protect your livestock, also about livestock, talking about cows, bulls, the different types. We talked about it a little bit on the show the other night, but getting real deep into it and understanding about raising animals and about living off the land and things that I did until I was 15, 16 years old. I lived out in the country, and yes, I am from the country, and people try to say that I'm not. Well, when you go to school and you go to inner city school and you talk like this, well, guess what? You're going to get in a lot of fights, and people are going to punch you in the face. And then you're going to learn to throw chingazos and start talking Spanish because my mother was Mexican and I lived in the barrio and I looked like a gaucho, a abuelo. And so people said, "Oh, you know what? I like your face. I think I'm going to hit it." And they did. And so I had to learn to fight, and that's why my hands look the way they do. But a lot of practical things about life that people need to know because I care. And like I say, Jesus says we die for lack of knowledge. You need the knowledge, not just the encounters that people give us and retelling them or having them come on and tell the encounters. That's fun. That's good. We will continue to do that with the podcast. There's like 90,000 people that listen to the podcast. There's 36,000 people that listen to us on YouTube. That's great. We just hit 36,300 earlier today. I saw that. That's a good thing.
Then we broke a
So
record here tonight, brother Josh, on this group. A lot of 141 people and 95 likes. I think that's the most I've ever had here, man.
Well,
Broke a
you'll keep
record
getting
tonight.
more because you come on every night, folks. Check out Abe if you're a night owl. He's a mini little coast to coast. He keeps it going. He's had a lot of encounters, and he's not a mentiroso. That means liar in Spanish. I know this guy because I interviewed him, and this guy I knew immediately because you had the ojo dotado. Because when you were a child, you were taken with the brujeria, and I know what that is, and I know why that
The
happened. And
curandera, with the
yeah,
curandera.
curandera, but she was a bruja. And I tell you right now, that set the stage for the rest of your life. So I'm going to run, folks. Thank you for listening to me. I know I'm a
Thank
little
you.
long-winded, but I appreciate everybody listening to what I'm saying. Pray for the Middle East. Pray for the Israelis. Pray for the Palestinians. Pray for peace. Pray for these evil fake Khazar Jews will not be able to destroy the Holy Land, which is what they want to do, and then ethnically cleansing Ukraine to send them back to that homeland, which is where they originally came from, not the ones that are originally from the race of Jesus. Those are the real people for the real birthright. Do not believe their lies and understand that they control this world because they worship the false god Shaitan. All right, everybody, pray for
Want
peace.
to finish it off with a prayer, brother Josh?
Finish it off with the prayer. You want to pray?
Sure. Heavenly Father, at this time, we'd like to protect all the viewers, Brother Josh and the family, from anything negative. From the other side of the balance, we call upon the heavenly angels to continue to protect us, and we type and rebuke any negative energies or forces through witchcraft or necromancy. You're not allowed to affect us in any kind of way, shape, or form. It's a prayer in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
That's right. Every night, folks, you should pray. This is what I do. I start off by saying, I ask for forgiveness for all my sins. I pray in the name of Christ, and I ask God to forgive. I'm going to say a prayer, and now you can follow me if you want, folks. Listen to what I'm going to say. Dear Heavenly Father, I come unto you in the name of Christ. I ask that you forgive me for my sins all throughout yesterday, last night, this day of life that just passed, and this night so far up until now. I'm a sinner. I've committed many sins. Thank you for your blessings upon me. Thank you for allowing me to be alive. Thank you for my good health and my freedom throughout yesterday, throughout last night, and this day of life that just passed, and this night so far up until now. I ask that you be with and protect and give guidance unto those we love, care about, and are close to, and even those that they love, care about, and are close to, if it is your will, today, tonight, tomorrow, and tomorrow night. Lord God, I ask you that you take us to our destination safely, physically, mentally, and spiritually, safe and sound, tonight, tomorrow, and tomorrow night. I ask that you be with and protect and give guidance unto all of these people. And then I name and I mention those that I love, care about, and I'm close to: Nellie, myself, Russell, Gary, Anthony, Tony, my business partners, Marty Gonzalez, the people that are helping me, my mortgage broker, everybody, anybody and everybody that I'm dealing with in any sort of business, everybody that I'm dealing with in any sort of capacity, Lord God, that is helping me, please help them and bless them. Help me to get the things done that I need to get done, and please help me to reach as many people as I can and reach your powerful word and be a bridge between them and you, Lord God, through Jesus Christ, the only way, our Lord and Savior. I pray and I ask these things in the name of Jesus. Those that are not saved and not Christians, I ask that they accept Christ into their heart and deny what is evil and repent of their past sins and transgressions and cling to what is good. I ask these things in the name of Jesus, Lord God. I ask you to help us to find favor in your eyes and keep it. Help us to find favor in the people's eyes and keep it. Help us to keep working as long as we need to without problems, and help us to get all the things done that we need to get done. These things we pray and we ask in the mighty name of Christ. These things are done according to your will. Amen.
Amen.
That's the prayer I say
Amen,
every
Brother
day.
Josh.
You got to say it every day. You guys got to do it, man. People say I'm talking from the next room. I'm sorry, the sound is not good. It's just it's from the phone or whatever. But I blame Abe for that.
Everybody heard you. I could hear you loud and clear, brother.
But hey,
Thank you.
thank you for allowing me to come on. I appreciate it, brother Abe, and I'll see you tonight.
Yes, sir.
Yep,
See you later,
8:30,
Brother
9
Josh.
o'clock, about that time or whatever. We'll get started on YouTube. So thank you
Okay.
for having me on. Good
You're
night.
welcome, brother. God bless you. Whoa, what a powerful show tonight, brother and sisters. Brother Josh Turner brought it. He brought it tonight. You know, he's letting out all his wisdom and knowledge, enlightening us in these times where there's a lot of things happening. I just want to say a big thank you to Brother Josh Turner for coming on, Sister Nellie Turner, and to all the viewers that showed up. Man, it was an awesome show. Uh, it's like, the only thing I can say is, like I always tell everybody, always maintain your love foundation. It's very important to maintain your love foundation, because that's what's gonna get us through. Having a relationship with Jesus Christ, forgiving, but the love foundation, through the forgiveness, you get blessed with the spiritual gifts of discernment, and so you're gonna be able to see the unseen, or the enemy, when you're gonna see somebody trying to plot against you. And through Jesus Christ, by believing in Him, He's going to show you the way. He's going to guide you the right direction to be able to overcome all these unseen forces that Brother Josh Turner has been talking about. The enemy is amongst us, but at the same time, Jesus Christ is always with us. So always maintain your love foundation, brothers and sisters. God bless y'all. Thank you for tuning in, and y'all have a beautiful, blessed day. Love, light, and blessings from Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, Paranormal Round Table, Brother Josh Turner, Sister Ellen Turner. Y'all have a blessed day. Thank you. Uh, keep on tuning in. It was an awesome show with Brother Josh Turner. You have a blessed day. Uh, for those that are going to go to sleep, good night, and for those that are waking up, good morning, and God bless y'all. Remember, tell your loved ones, I love you. Give them a hug. Tell them I love you. It's very important. We gotta protect our next of kin, and we have to show them the way because the things that are being set in place is not showing them the way. We have to show them the way of the Love Foundation and having the relationship with Jesus Christ. You have a blessed day. God bless y'all. Thank y'all. Peace. Good night, everybody, and good morning.